1, 2, test. Test. Τεστ, ένα, δύο, τεστ.
Ναι, ακούγεσαι.
Ωραία, και εσείς μια χαρά, σούπερ. Οκ,
Ωραία. Έγινε. Ευχαριστώ.
να είστε καλά.
Καλημέρα. Καλώς μας ήρθατε και καλή χρονιά. Good morning. Welcome to the Institute for Mediterranean Studies of the Foundation of Research and Technology, and I wish everybody a happy new year, a better year, a more peaceful year. I don't see that it will be very logical, but we'll try, we'll see. This is, I'm extremely happy to be here in this last conference of this wonderful project, of which we have been extremely proud, that led by Yuliana Boisheva. And I would like to tell you a few words about the Institute for Mediterranean Studies, where we are. This is the Institute of Mediterranean Studies belongs to the Foundation of Research and Technology, IMS-FORTH, which is, we pride ourselves with reason that we are the best research center in Greece. We have 10 institutes. It's all about 9 are about science. So we have Institute of Computer Science, Mathematics, Electronic Structure and Laser, Geoenergy, Biomedical, Chemical Engineering, and we are the only humanities. The great success has been, however, the interaction of the Institute for Mediterranean Studies with the scientists. So despite the fact that it has been a tradition in Greece that historians do not look for funds, you know, they're closed in their offices and working alone like lonely wolves. The fact that we collaborated with other institutes and on various aspects gave us not only the energy but the knowledge of what to do. So to apply for research projects, and we have been extremely successful. And we have 7 ERC projects since 2016, and the third one was by Yuliana, and it is in one of our research groups. We have 10 research groups. We are in history and culture. So we have 10 research groups. We have the research group of Ottoman history, of global and economic history, of diaspora and history of cities, of maritime history, of history of technology. And then we have the history of art. We have the Byzantine and ancient world. We have the laboratory of movement, and it's really a history of cinema. We have the group of history of theater, and then we have the laboratory of geophysics, that is the combination of geophysical and science technology and advanced technology in combination with archaeology. Okay, and so and we do have as well studies in archaeology. So we're very happy to host conferences of our research projects, also host conferences of international colleagues, and carry out all these interactions and communications. And you're all very welcome to come to us to spend a semester or so. We have a wonderful academic environment. And I always say that. I always say that. I always remember that when I say that, that we have a wonderful academic environment is not self-evident, okay? So I've been to 3 universities, and I am ending my career here, and I feel I'm blessed. So I will follow your conference with great interest, and I wish to all of you great success. I'm sure that you will have, and we are here to host you for other applications, research projects, or to come and do research without anybody bothering you from bureaucracy or anything else. Crete, among everything else, is wonderful. You see it here. So welcome, and well done, Juliana, and thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm very, very happy to see you again, for some of them for the 3rd time, Nenad and Ivanka, in the frame of events, scientific events related to the study of Russian icons in the Balkan area. Today is more than 5 years after our kickoff meeting in June 2019 in the same IMS premises. So, welcome to the concluding conference of the RICONTRANS project. As the historian of the future will probably notice, comparing the collective photos of the 2 conferences, there are people missing, and overall the theme is somewhat smaller. This is something not in common in projects with long duration. Yet in our case, it's not only the quantity of time elapsed since 2019 and the normal changes required by the course of the research, but also the dramatic changes which our world has experienced during these years, changes which affect the scientific world in general, and for particular reasons affected significantly the RICONTRANS project as well. I'm not referring only to the COVID crisis, which retarded and made difficult the research missions of the project. I'm basically referring to the Russian-Ukrainian war and its consequences. It was for me clear to not expect it to a such degree the probability of having to encounter problems of a political nature. Indeed, as it turned out, conservative ecclesiastical authorities did not grant permission for the study of Russian icon collections. For them, the project was too radical. On the other hand, the European Commission demanded the exclusion of all Russian institutions as part of the relation measures for the war Russia waged against Ukraine. This was something we did not expect. It is needless to say that these horizontal measures affect the work of people who have nothing to do with nationalism and aggression, or are actually against them. But it is as it may, good colleagues from Russia could not and cannot join us to the end of the project. However, the project reformed its strategy and moved on successfully, fulfilling to a great extent its research objectives and fostering academic dialogue and production. During these years, we managed to realize 6 successful conferences in 3 countries, 3 exhibitions of art objects, 2 books already published, and 9 more in process, in process expected to be published within 2025. During the same period, an impressive in measure more than 4,000 objects, 2,000 written sources, entries, and complexity database has been created thanks to the devoted work of all of you and others who are not here. Two icon collections underwent restoration and conservation, and a series of young scholars have been trained in the field of Russian religious and Balkan art and transfer. It is worth also to mention that one among the postdocs of the project has received an ERC starting grant. The topics of the session of this final conference provide a raw idea of the research questions and results of our research, which was extended, however, in the other inquiries also. I hope that this conference will not only conclude our project and draw a balance sheet of what we achieved so far, but also will address the possibilities of further research that the project and your activity has opened during these years. I would like one more to welcome you to Retina and at IMS. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I welcome you in my turn to this very interesting and very rich conference. And I will present you the first speaker of this session. The theme of the session is Monks on the Move, Alms Collection and Commemoration, forthcoming publication of 3 unknown Patmos codices. And the first speaker is Daria Resch, which I welcome to the floor, a researcher at the Department of Classics at New York University. Her interests lie in Byzantine literary culture, Byzantine and Slavic hagiography, cult of saints, narrative and storytelling in the pre-modern Mediterranean. And she will speak about the Synodic of Patmos, 1016A,
All right, we are ready to start. As you see, I have slightly adjusted my title, and I will speak about the 3 stages of cultural translation in the Synodic of Patmos. The library of the Patmos Monastery preserves 3 previously unstudied codices that belong to the rare category of liturgical books known as Alms Synodic. These books document the names of living and deceased individuals for their liturgical commemoration by the monastic community. The names were recorded by monks during their travels to collect alms, specifically from the Patmos Monastery to Moscow between 1695 and 1717. This paper serves as an introduction aiming to spur further research on the 3 Patmos codices. In laying the groundwork for future studies, I seek to answer in a preliminary way the basic question: what are these codices? I approach this in 2 ways. First, by contextualizing them within the framework of Orthodox commemorative culture. And second, on a more technical level, by unpacking their multi-layered history of construction. I argue that taking together these 3 closely related and partially overlapping sets of records provide insight into several stages of cross-cultural translation that occurred during the creation of the Patmos Synodic. During the late medieval and early modern periods, Orthodox culture placed great value into the monastic liturgical commemoration of both the living and the deceased. This delegated remembrance, as Ludwig Steindorf termed it, had become well established from the 15th century onward. While in the early modern Europe, similar practices went into decline, contested by the spread of Protestant theology and growing popularity of more visible means of remembering the dead, think of a developed sepulchral culture, Orthodox monasticism in the East retained its central role in caring by means of prayers for the posthumous fate of the deceased, in exchange for the donations of land, money, and other valuables. Monastic community not only committed to pray for their donors, but was also obligated to do so according to the mutually agreed upon rules and protocols. Thus, the monastic commemorative culture produced an advanced system of documentary records, where the amounts and agreed upon types of memorial services were fixed. These included testaments, donation charters, various documents attesting to the transfer of property, and, most relevant here, commemoration lists, known in Greek by a variety of names: diptychon, prothesis, vravion, adelphaton, paresia, and in Slavonic languages as pominania, pamyanik, pamenik, and synodic. The appearance, layout, and internal taxonomy of such documents varied, from this impressive large-format calligraphic codex from the monastery of Great Meteoron, adorned with a wooden icon of prothesis on the top, to much smaller, sparsely decorated journals. With the growing popularity of zitiae, traveling to local and foreign destinations with the goal of collecting alms to support monastic communities, a new type of commemorative list emerged. In the Slavic world, this became known as Alms Synodic, Milostinny Synodic. That is a catalog of names collected during such trip in exchange for alms, in contrast to the catalogs of names of local community members. The codices from Patmos clearly belong to this category. In Greek, they are referred to as Katalogos tis Rosias or Vravion tis Moschas, thus indicating the geographical area targeted by the alms gathering mission. Gathering money on behalf of a monastery was a strictly regulated process. Several authorizations ought to be obtained, both from ecclesiastical and secular authorities. A note in Patmos 1016 attests to precisely this kind of complex documentary evidence that Patmos monks carried with them in March 1705 for their journey to Moscow. According to the note, along with the vessels, relics, and vestments, they carried the Chrysobolon of Moscow and the Chrysobolon of Bogdania and the accounting book. These documents are still preserved in the monastic archive. Chrysobola are the permits used at the highest level in the host lands, allowing and regulating the collection of alms. The archive also preserves a Slavonic translation of an encyclical, Apandahusa, a credential letter from the church authorities, here from Patriarch of Constantinople, Gabriel, urging the Christian faithful to donate. Additionally, there were letters from local authorities that served as traveling pass, granting exemption from customs and free passage for the monks. And finally, a journal where the names were enlisted for commemoration. The accounting book was never located. The synodic, therefore, is the final link in a long chain of documentation that regulated alms collection by Greek monks in Muscovy. Unlike the previously mentioned documents, its function was not to authorize or account for the donations, but to attest to the monastery's commitment to commemorate the names provided in exchange for the donations already made. During alms collections, the monks presented relics and icons to the faithful, conducted services, and even performed rites. Apparently, encyclical letters of the Patriarch in its Russian translation could be read aloud to encourage donations. Thus, adding names to a commemorative list was part of a larger devotional practice. The act of inscribing a name in a synodic was quite literally paralleled with writing one's name to the books of life to be read by the angels at the last judgment, as the prefaces to these lists made it clear, as for example this one. Let those who wish to be inscribed in this book, laying their hopes on us, unworthy supplicants, to be also inscribed in the book of eternal life, as we wholeheartedly pray and wish for them. As a result, the appearance, material qualities, and presentability of these lists mattered, as much as their content. The names of the Tsar, Romanov family, and Muscovite aristocracy filling their pages provided them necessary weight and appeal in the eyes of many donors, thus establishing a precedent to which more and more donations would follow. This is why the monasteries, who sent their brethren to Moscow on a regular basis, invested into the production of lavishly decorated, impressively designed codices, among which are best known the Synodic of Sinai Monastery, and this is the only known facsimile edition of Alms Synodic, the Synodic of the Zografou Monastery, the Synodic of the Great Lavra, Studenica Synodic, and the Synodic of Panteleimon Monastery on Mount Athos, as well as the Synodic from Vatopedi Monastery, which dates slightly later. Though created based on the models of synodics from the most authoritative Russian monasteries, such as the Chudov and Epiphany monasteries in Moscow, these alms codices also possess a number of distinctive characteristics. A key feature of such synodics is that they never were fixed or complete. The pages were intentionally left blank to allow for changes, whether adding or moving names in existing records or including new lists from donors encountered by the monks along their journey. As the monks traveled and added new notes during each trip, these records developed also multiple chronological layers. This brings us to the next distinctive characteristic of Patmos codices and other synodics created for the purposes of alms collection. As they charted the travels of Greek monks through lands inhabited by Christian believers, they absorbed and adopted a variety of culturally diverse practices related to the donation of alms and the patronage of religious institutions in the Orthodox communities of the Ottoman Empire, Danubian Principalities, Ukraine, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and Russia. In doing so, they became testimonies of a culture of commemoration in translation, containing, that is, elements of local practices and reflecting their exchange between various Orthodox communities. Reflecting this complexity, it was common for the same document to switch between several languages, alphabets, numerical and numismatic systems. We will now turn to a closer examination of a Patmos synodic. To keep my talk within a reasonable time limit, I will focus today on the structure and interrelationship of the first two codices. From the first in temporal sequence, manuscript 1016a is a small notebook in a leather binding containing 76 paper folios, of which only 56 have handwritten notes. What immediately strikes upon the first examination of 1016a is the informal character of the catalog. The handwriting is irregular. The layout of the book does not follow any structure. Besides, it does not have the usual front page found in the official commemoration books, which would provide necessary information such as the name of the monastery, the names of the monks who handled and registered donations, as well as commitments for specific services and types of commemoration. Instead, the first folio contain notes from the book owners dating, and different colors show different layers, dating from 1694 to 1702, 1705, and likely after 1710. This chart reproduces these notes in chronological order and suggests that the notebook changed owners several times and was used during all three trips of Patmos monks to Moscow in 1696, 1702, and 1705. Forming three major corresponding chronological layers. Let us now unwrap the three layers directly associated with the three journeys of the Patmos monks to Moscow. Now, the earliest group of records dates from 1694 to 1698. The distinctive handwriting for the first time appears on the second folio, where it says Patriarchis Moschovias Adrianos, and continues throughout to volume 21 Versum. Then the series of records is interrupted, and the same handwriting reappears only on the reverse of the last flyleaf, where it copies a concoction for getting rid of lice. It's right here in the green. From the way the first owner arranged his records, it is evident that the notebook was new and he could liberally use the space. For example, here the name of Patriarch Adrian is written on the top, leaving the rest of the page blank. And on volume 3, here the name of Hetman Ivan Mazepa is placed right in the center of the blank page. The language of the records is Greek, even though many names, especially those from Transylvanian and Ukrainian towns, are clearly not Greek. These names were to a certain degree Hellenized, yet some retain their Ruthenian phonetics, such as Iradion, Taras, Tikhon, Makula, and in some cases even grammatical case, such as Anastasia, Trofima, the genitives of Anastasia and Trofim in Russian. Offices were not translated but transliterated, resulting in hybrid forms such as Oeklamprotatus Afthendis Hatmanos Ioannis Mazepa, Lord Hetman, or Opano Pisaros, notary, that is secretary, Sir Basil. The names are arranged into groups using toponyms as categorizing units. Each new entry begins on a new line, is marked by a cross, and usually includes only a few names, presumably the closest family members. It remains to remark that the lists for the most toponyms are very short. As for example, here you may see that Kiev, the city of Kiev, has only the names of the most important metropolitans, abbots of the most important monastery, and a few 2 or 3 lay names at the end. Dating of this earliest layer of records can be based on the 2 notes on the volume 18 Versa, as well on the identification of a number of historical personalities mentioned in the synodic. So this is the note. The anonymous monk registered that he secured a large donation from the Prince of Moldavia on August 25th, 1695. And the second record by the same hand was added on the margin of the same volume to confirm that the money was received 3 years later, in 1698. The journey of the Patmos monks to Russia took place in between these 2 dates. According to the archival documents of Posolsky Prikaz in Moscow, the monks from Patmos arrived in Kiev on October 6, 1696. Then, less than a month later, on November 2nd, they presented themselves in Moscow, likely staying at least until December 1696, and returning to the monastery in the late summer of 1698. So that was a very long journey. By matching the names of the historical personalities listed for commemoration by this early scribe with the dates of their life events, we can further confirm that these records were made during the journey of 1696 and not later, for example, in 1702. So here the most important person is Archimandritis of Kiev, Pechersk Lavra Iosaf Krokovsky. If this identification is correct, he was ordained for that office only on June 29th in 1697. So if this is correct, then the list of names in Kiev and likely other Ukrainian towns were compiled after this date. That is, by the very end of the first Zitiya. And this brings us to our next observation, to the geographical spread. The records begin with Moscow, listing the name of Adrian, the patriarch, and a few additional names on the reverse of the volume. The list is remarkably short, and except for the patriarch, does not include any figures of high social standing. If anything, the impression from the Moscow section of the Synodic is that it is entirely missing. The monks stayed in Moscow and visited three most famous monasteries, the Lavra, the New Jerusalem, and St. Saba monastery, where they likely collected alms. Yet no mention of these documents, nor of any Moscow families, is made in the Synodic of 1696. The list below represents toponyms in the same sequence, the remaining toponyms, as they appear in the notebook. While not all of them can be securely identified, most reflect various stopping points in two major areas where Patmos monks collected alms besides Moscow, Wallachia and Ukraine. The order of toponyms neither reflects the precise sequence of a land or water route from Constantinople to Moscow, nor does it fully align with the route description that the Patmos monks themselves provided to the clerks of Posolsky Prikaz. In fact, the order of the toponyms appears to follow a return journey from Moscow through Ukraine and larger Transylvanian area. This would comply with our observation regarding the possible dating of the records to the second half of 1697, and partly explain the absence of the commemorative list from Moscow, which could be compiled in a separate journal, which we don't have now. The second layer of records is of a more formal nature. The handwriting with a number of highly characteristic features undoubtedly belongs to Archimandrite Isaiah, who traveled to Moscow in 1702. Structurally, the second layer consists of two major segments: a series of notes written by Isaiah to document the dates, names, and important stages of the trip, as well as his additions in Greek to the already existing lists of names composed during the previous journey, and the Muscovite part of the Synodic, where the donors added their names in Russian and by their own hand. Let us consider first Isaiah's own records. These notes were clearly added in the gaps left by the hand of the first scribe whenever space allowed. A good example of Isaiah's habit to reuse previously inscribed pages can be found on the second volume, where the first on the top of the page. Since in 1702, this patriarch was already dead, Isaiah recorded the name of a new head of the Russian church right below, noting Metropolitan Stephen, locum tenens of the Patriarchal See. Then this note was crossed, probably because Russian synodics always started with the commemoration of the ruling Tsar's family, and thus the name of the Tsar had to precede the name of the patriarchal locum tenens. And a new record by the same hand Tsar Pyotr Alexeyevich, and then Metropolitan Stefan, locum tenens of the Patriarchal See. Below, separated by a horizontal line, Isaiah recovered 1702. Other dated notes of Isaiah document his systematic in contrast to the previous scribe way of keeping the records. He registers the arrival of the monks to Moscow, the amount of alms received from the Russian state and private donors, as well as appointing commissioners of Patmos in Nizhyn and probably Georgia, and on his way back to Patmos, a reissue of a Chrysobulan by Moldavian Prince Constantine Duca. Overall, this trip of Isaiah was much shorter than that of 1695-1698, and apparently had fewer stops. The longest stay was in Moscow, lasting from September to at least late January. It seems that during this period, the Muscovite section of the Synodic was compiled, documenting donations made by Moscow aristocracy, holders of administrative, military, and clerical offices, as well as a few townsmen. These records differ significantly from the Greek name lists created by Isaiah's predecessors. The primary language is Russian, and they were written at different times and on different occasions, as evidenced by the varying colors and qualities of ink. Moreover, the commemoration was requested not for individual names, as previously, but for entire families, as was customary in Russian monasteries. Most importantly, the donors themselves wrote these lists, or did so with the assistance of a local scribe. And you see a great variety of handwriting and types of notes. Each entry was accompanied by a marginal note in Greek, and I highlighted them in yellow, which provided a Greek translation for the family name and social rank. To provide only one example, here you see the family of Ivan Alexeyevich Musin-Pushkin, who at that time served as the head of the Department of Monastic Affairs. So in Russian, he is titled as Rod, family of Boyarin Ivan Alexeyevich Musin-Pushkin, and in Greek, as family of Musin-Pushkin, commissioner of the Patriarch. In this case, the office of Musin-Pushkin was added by the monks, who considered it valuable information, even though it is not present in the Russian inscription. To sum up, Isaiah reused the notebook from the previous Zitiya, turning it into a logbook to record significant events and transactions, and also into the first proper Russian synodic of Patmos. He also radically altered the nature of the records, shifting from the Greek commemoration lists intended for the use of Patmos monks to a format designed for a Russian audience, both linguistically and visually, while the donors writing the names themselves had full control over all aspects of the records. The Greek translation on the margins served only as a guide for navigating the records, but did not entirely replicate them. And finally, the third layer of additions to our codex coincides with the trip of Patmos monks to Moscow in 1705. We have already seen the record on the first volume by the hand of Hierodiakon Makarios. It's in yellow. And at the very end of the manuscript, there is a similar record by the same hand. So this is yellow, red, and red. This is all layer of 1705, but two different hands. Except these two notes, the third layer does not add any new names or donations, even though the blank pages at the end of the notebook allowed for many more additions. Rather, it consists of a series of marginal notes and remarks that attest to the use of the notebook during the trip to Moscow in 1705. But to understand the nature of these notes, we should consider them together with the second of the Patmos codices, AC 1016. So these are the marginal notes, and this is the second of the Patmos codices. It's a much larger, medium-sized, leather-bound paper journal. Compared to the first codex, it has an entirely different character, representing essentially an attempt to create a formal, stylistically consistent and fully Russified synodic, following the general pattern of such documents in contemporary Russian culture. The front page features a portrait of Emperor Peter I in Byzantine dress, standing on a round depiction of the imperial seal. The synodic also includes a typical formal preface. This is followed by the standard lists of names. First, the family of the Tsar, followed by Moscow aristocracy. It is interesting, however, to retrace how these official lists were constructed. In fact, we were able to establish that these are nothing else but copies of the names recorded in the previous codex during the mission of Archimandrite Isaiah. So I have a chart where every single record can be matched with the record in the previous codex. And here I will show only a few examples. So this is the family of the uncle of the Tsar, as the Greek marginal note says, Lev Kirillovich Naryshkin. And you can see the version of 1702, which was likely written by one of the family members or by a scribe of Naryshkin. And then the formal version, which contains a number of edits. For example, the names were rearranged. Some names were moved from the list of the living to the list of deceased. But still, this is pretty much the same record. During the process of rewriting, these records were updated, edited, and glossed in Greek by a calligraphic hand. To consider one more example of how the records were edited, on the right, you see the family of Apraxin, who was also a close relative of the Tsar. And in the record of 1702, there are the names of Tsaritsa, of Queen Marfa, and also of the deceased Tsar Fyodor. And in the official record of 1705, these names were removed because they were moved to the first section of the synodic, where the members of the Tsar's family were listed. And here is one example of unfortunate editing, the case when the family of Troyekurov was for some case recorded in Greek. So Russian names written down in Greek, and Troyekurov only left his signature with the date on the bottom of the record. And since the copyist was obviously Russian, he couldn't copy Greek names. And poor Troyekurov lost the entire family. So we have only his personal name and his last name. And so he paid his money in vain. Right. So, but this is not the end. On the way back from Moscow, there was also at the end added a Ukrainian section, which also has a very formal character. So even though the handwriting is not as much unified, and these are the entries by different scribes. And after this official part was completed, the Greek scribe took the first of the Patmos codices, where the Greek hand in 1695-98 recorded in Greek names from Wallachian and Ukrainian towns, and filled the blank pages with these names. In this way, Hellenizing the Russified synodic back and making it eventually to look in a Greek way. So what we observe here are three stages of cultural translation reflected in the creation of the commemoration lists and corresponding to the 3 consecutive trips of the Patmos monks to Moscow. During the first journey, the Patmos monks kept their records in the Greek manner, showing no interest in engaging with external audiences in Transylvania, Ukraine, or Russia, nor in using the material and visual aspects of the records to attract donors. During the second trip in 1702, Isaiah literally opened the books to a Russian audience, allowing donors to write their names themselves and in their own language, which resulted in a diverse yet fully Russified commemoration list. Finally, in 1705, The monks translated also the visual and formal features of the commemoration lists, creating the first formal synodic of the Patmos monastery as they existed in the contemporary Russian culture. This creation was further layered with the addition of an Ukrainian section at the end, which aesthetically and structurally differed from the Muscovite one, and was once again Hellenized by adding Greek lists of names from the journal of 1695-1698. And I will stop here. Thank you.
Now you can hear me. So we thank you very much, Mrs. Resch, for this very interesting presentation of how to study manuscripts, different manuscripts from different cultures, and really from an approach of a cultural translation, and which raises the question what translation is in modern times and early modern times, and in an ecclesiastical context. And now we can proceed to the second speaker, which is Ermolos Karaklidis, a postgraduate student of the University of Crete and a very promising one. And he's going to speak about the experience of transcribing the Zitia codices of the monastery of St. John the Theologian of Patmos, their content and their relevance as source material. Ermolos, the floor is yours.
Hello, welcome to Refimno. So my presentation will be about the experience of transcribing these documents. Well, in this announcement, I will present the content of 3 codices from the monastery of St. John the Theologian of Patmos. So these codices take the form of a synodic, namely a register of people's names recorded as a form of blessing for them and their families. Of these 3 codices, 2 are copies of each other, while the third is a separate source. The interrelated codices 1016 and 1016a contain information about Zitia journeys in the Danubian principalities and in the Russian Empire. At the beginning of the 18th century, while the Codex 1018 details a Zitia journey that took place during the years 1717 and 1718 in Russia as well. The languages in these texts are written in Greek and Russian, So this announcement will primarily concerns with the examination, the experience of transcribing these texts as a first attempt to understand them and to examine them as a historical source for future studies. Beginning with the concept of Zitia, the central theme of this text are the practice of Zitia. Zitia was a form of alms collection that saw a significant growth during the Ottoman times and was usually conducted by the authorized representative of the Eastern Patriarchates and the monasteries. In times of severe financial hardship, even the patriarchs themselves overtook this task. However, it was typically a responsibility carried out by a high-ranking clergy. Just as often, zitias were organized by individual monastic communities, metropolitans, or even by some non-religious actors for the benefit of their respective monastery, episcopal see, community, and in some cases of personal needs. This particular form of alms collection involved a journey that monks usually undertook, either across the Ottoman realms or even abroad. For this reason, zitias are also known as taxidia or journeys. To have the right to collect alms through zitia, those involved needed to obtain permission both from the respective patriarchate and the local officials in the areas where the zitia was taking place. In cases where zitia was conducted abroad, such as in the Danubian principalities or in the Tsardom of Russia, additional permissions from the respective authorities were required. Once necessary paperwork was complete, monks, usually in groups of two or three, would travel through the villages, military camps, monasteries, and the houses of noblemen, soliciting contributions to support of their endowment. They relied on these Christian values of compassion, charity, and almsgiving. Often monks carried religious items on these journeys, such as precious icons, relics of saints, and holy books. So this brings us to our immediate subject, namely the codices of Monastery of Patmos. So within this context, I will aim to present the content of these three monastic codices. The content of the codices, for the most part, include the names of the almsgivers and their kin. In a handful of cases, principally in the first pages of the codex, some information is given about the Zitia journey, the synodic itself, or the localities that monks visited. In the last pages of the Codex 1016a, there is a compilation of different kinds of information, and it seems that this page is used more like as a draft section. In these last pages, we find valuable information about Zitia journey in Moscow, but also there are some excerpts of ecclesiastical hymns, and we can even find some instructions about how to get rid of fleas. And this also is particularly interesting one, representation of this Russian heraldic symbol and the Russian Tsar Peter I. But if we exclude those few pages, the main body of the codices is dedicated to writing down the names of the people who contributed to the Zitia or gave a prophecy, donation that is. Regarding this main body of text, we could split them into two categories, two parts. One is that is written in Greek by Greek monks, and one that is written in Russian by Russian scribes. The names written in Greek refer to when the monks are collecting alms in Wallachia and Moldova, in some occasions in the Russian periphery, and in two cases in a village near Istanbul and in island of Tenedos, Bozcaada. Those names are primarily of local dwellers. Not many details are given about them, except in some rare cases, their profession or hometown is mentioned. The names of the living are written separately from those who are deceased. Also in Greek are written the names of the Wallachian and Moldovan noble families, that, like Constantin Brancoveanu, the voivode of Wallachia, and and the Voivode of Moldova and Duke. The names of the families of the Russian noble households, as well as the Russian monks and nuns, are written in the Russian language. In general, the Russian script is clearer, more elaborate, and more standardized. For aesthetic purposes, the Russian text use ink in red ink is occasionally used. We find this style in the codices 1016 and 1018, but not in the codex 1016a. For the codex 1016, those are the occasions when the Zytia group is in Moscow, visiting the royal and boyar families, but also in other 3 occasions in which the group visits a commander of the Cossack Priluki regiment, Colonel Dmitry Gorlenko, another Cossack commander in Mirhorod, Danila Apostol, and also a third Cossack commander in the Lubny regiment. By the handwriting style, we can deduce that in Moscow, there are at least 2 Russian scribes who contributed to the synodic, one for the royal family and at least another one for the rest of the noble houses. While in the Cossack commander's case, we have 3 more different ones using red ink and 5 more different ones using conventional black. In the Codex 1018, we have a multitude of different Russian scribes, as the very diverse handwriting indicate. With the exception of red ink, the same applies to the Codex 1016a as well. Starting with the dates in the manuscripts, the earliest date reference what we have is the year 1694. But the first journey that is recorded actually in the Codex 1016a is during the next year, 1695, when a group of monks arrive in Targovist in Wallachia. At the same page, there is also a reference for the date of 1698, when a donation for a bishop was collected, but without any other geographical or social context. The date when the actual journey for the collection of Zytia begins to Russia seems to be the May of 1702, when 2 monks moved from the Danubian principalities to the frontier regions of the Russian kingdom, and more precisely to the area between Kiev and Chernigov. On August 6, they are located in Moldova, and on August 10, they arrive in Chernigov. Crossing the Russian regions on September 9th, the monks arrive to Moscow, where they stay for an uncertain amount of time, but at least until the beginning of the year 1703. Following March, perhaps on their way back, the Zytia group is again in Chernigov. Besides that initial trip, there is also a second Zytia journey that begins in 1704 and lasts until 1706. From the days recorded in the codices 1016 and 1016a, we can conclude that the presence of the monks in the Russian territories extends from the 1702 until 1706, at least. The composition of the 2 Zytia journeys was different. The first was led by Archimandrite Isaias, Father Savas, while the second was undertaken by Archimandrite Nikiforos, Father Leontios Sigalas, and the third Hierodiakon Majak or something like that. During the second trip, 1 monk named Nikiforos is reported to have died in Moscow, but it's uncertain whether this refers to the Archimandrite himself who led the journey or just another monk with the same name. Apart from these individuals, there are sporadic references of other monks in the codices. One frequently mentioned figure in the Codex 1016a is Hierodikon Veniamis from the monastery of Patmos, whose name appears 21 times. In all those instances, his name resembles a signature, and in several cases, it is followed by the word veveos or veveos, meaning confirmation. Sometimes his name appears next to names of the alms givers recorded in the Zytia. However, the different handwriting style and the fact that Veniamis' name is often written upside down on these pages suggests that these additions were likely made later. In the Codex, in the Codex 1018, it contains the synodic of another Zytia journey that took place in 1717, 1718. However, aside from those scattered date information, there are not many details about this journey. So far, I was unable to find the individuals who undertook that journey. Well, the areas that the Zytia journeys took place. In the codices 1016 and 1016a. The first journey, as I told, begins in the years 1702, 1704, undertaken by Bishop Isaias, begins in Bucharest, Wallachia. It is uncertain if the second journey in 1704, involving Archimandrite Nikiforos, also starts from the same region. While in the Danubian principalities, the monks visited various cities. Among those, I was able to identify Brasov, Galatsi, Sibiu, Vraila, Vaslui, and Yasi. There are others whose identities are ambiguous or unknown, like one named Toprozinia, which may or not may correspond to the region of Dobruza. Fakarasi, which I couldn't find, but I saw that Daria mentions it as a city in the region of Brasov. And there was also a third location named Neochori, which again I was unable to locate or verify. A closer examination of this source material might actually unveil more details about the exact itineraries of these journeys. Beside Moscow, the places that the monks visited for alms collection in the Russian-held territories were concentrated in the borderland and the semi-autonomous areas around the city of Chernigov. Apart from Kiev and Chernigov, other nearby toponyms mentioned include Baturin, the capital of the Cossack Hetmanate, where the name of the Cossack Hetman Ivan Mazepa is mentioned, Mirhorod, Priluki, Gadias, Poltava, Sevsk, Desna, Kozelets, Oster, Lubny, and Yaroslavka, the places that they visit. It is interesting to note that no Russian city outside of this Chernigov area is mentioned, giving us to understand that the only areas that monks stopped for alms collection were the left bank Ukraine and the city of Moscow. Finally, in the codices 1016 and 1016a are mentioned 4 additional toponyms that the monks collected Zytia. Those are Megarema or Arnavut Köy, near Istanbul today. It's a suburb of Istanbul today. The city of Istanbul itself, the island of Tenedos, of Bozcaada, and the rather odd mention of a place name called Larissa, which may or not may correspond to the actual city of Larissa. Although there is no reference of that in the text, the fact that the monks visited Istanbul on their way to the Zytia journey could indicate that they had to obtain a special letter of recommendation or of Apandahusa from the Patriarchate. Or it could just mean that the presence in Istanbul was a regular stop on their long itinerary. Perhaps the stop on the island of Tenedos was also part of that same journey. The reference of Larissa is the most puzzling in the codex, and given the fact that it is mentioned in the middle of the text of other cities in Danubian principalities, may indicate that it is perhaps some kind of corrupted version of the Slavic or Romanian toponym, as the city of Larissa in Thessaly is far away from their itinerary. These are the distribution of the places that we find in the text. The Codex 1018, the geographical locations mentioned in the Codex 1018 are much more straightforward, though details of the journey are missing. On the first page of the Synodic, a total of 90 toponyms are written under the title Enthymesis ta castratis Okranias, or a remembrance of the castles of Ukraine. In the following 80 folios, there are no additional geographic references. Therefore, further study is required, taking into account the noble houses recording in this codex to determine whether the Zytia journey of 1718 was indeed limited to the left bank Ukraine, or if the monks also visited Moscow or even St. Peter. A different title in another page of the codex called Katalogos Rossias and the multitude of recorded Russian noblemen suggests that perhaps the monks in their journey reached at least the city of Moscow. So, to conclude, this paper presents only some preliminary observations of the source material, aiming to stimulate further interest to the study of the codices. A much more thorough study of this material could provide a more detailed picture of the Zythia journeys undertaken, including a clearer timeline and itinerary. Additionally, such studies, when combined with complementary material from Patmos Monastery, as well as from Ottoman and Russian sources, could offer a much deeper understanding of the extensive economical, social, and cultural networks that stretched from Moscow and Kiev all the way to Iași, Bucharest, Patmos, and beyond. That's all.
We thank very much Mr. Karaklidis for these rich layers of information to be obtained by the study of sources and for the strict observation of the time. And we proceed to the next speaker, Mrs. Yuliana Boicheva, who is a well-known historian of Byzantine and post-Byzantine art. Her interests lie in Byzantine and post-Byzantine art, liturgical embroidery, and since 2011 she has switched to Russian icon paintings and the routes of transfer of Russian ecclesiastical art to the Balkans. She has worked as a researcher at the Bulgarian Academy, at the Department of Medieval Bulgarian Art, from which she also obtained her thesis. She has had a wide research activities all over the world and wide recognition. And she is the one who inspired, conceived, and coordinated this project to which we owe this very interesting and rich conference. So, Mrs. Yuliana Boicheva.
Okay.
Her title is Russian Icons Brought to the Monastery of St. John the Theologian through Alms Collection Missions, Liturgical and Ideological Aspects of their Reception.
Thank you very much, Eleftheria, for the introduction. And now I'm very pleased that I will focus your attention on the art objects that I managed to identify and to correlate it with these alms collection missions from Patmos to Moscow. This paper examines the evidence contained in various types of written sources, monastic archival codices, official documents from the Russian state archives, dedicator inscriptions on the objects, and travelogues concerning the icons and other artifacts brought to the through alms collection missions to Russia undertaken in the period 1694-1705. The comparative study comprises published archival documents from the Russian State Archive of Ancient Documents, registers, monastery registers and 2 unpublished manuscripts of alms collection synodic from the library of Patmos Monastery, and the facsimile edition of which is prepared by our team. Before analyzing the specific written sources and artifacts related to Patmos monks' alms collection journey to Moscow, it is important to consider briefly the essential characteristics of the alms collection missions and that were implemented in the early modern period. The policy of collecting alms in Russia, increasingly characterized by the pursuit of influence and patronage over the patriarchates of the East, was further intensified with the coming of the power of the Romanov dynasty and the enthronement of its founder, Mikhail Fyodorovich Romanov, and culminated in the second half of the 17th century during the reign of his successor, Alexei Mikhailovich. Alms collections became one of the most important ways of distributing Russian material aid to the Orthodox clergy and laity in the Ottoman Empire. The institution of Zipia took the form of the collection of voluntary contributions in money, ecclesiastical objects, and other valuable items conducted by authorized representatives of the Eastern Patriarchates and monasteries who regularly traveled in both Orthodox and non-Orthodox countries. The official formalization of the rules of how this material aid was distributed in Russia from the reign of the first Romanov clearly reflects the intensification of contacts between Russia and the Orthodox East in the second half of the 17th century onwards. And the ambition and Russia's ambition to emulate Byzantium by unifying the Orthodox space. From the literature relevant to alms offer and donations from Russian state and ecclesiastical officials, more often than not, the reader gets the impression that the Tsar himself or other high-standing officials were donating icons and other religious objects. Our evidence shows that this was not the case. The analysis of the above listed documents shows that 2 groups of artifacts were brought to Patmos by alms collection missions. Okay. Large iconostasis icons commissioned by the monks in Moscow and paid for with the Tsar's alms, and B, small icons for private devotion are offered to the monastery so that the donor's name will be included in the list of commemoration for dead and the living complied during the travel of the monks for alms collections. There are 4 There, the older icon, sorry. There are 4 large icons that we know for sure that they were brought as a part for almsgiving mission. 3 of them are the despotic icons from the central iconostasis of the monastery. And 1 more icon intended for the royal tier of the iconostas, which is nowadays exposed in the monastery library. This is the iconostasis icons. The older icon from the central iconostasis of the monastery is that of the St. John the Theologian, dated in 1697, according to an inscription in the Cyril frame. A document from April 1696, preserved in the Russian State Archives, informs us about the mission to Moscow by the elder Gedeon, Scevophylax, keeper of the vessels of Patmos Monastery, accompanied by the proegumenos, former abbot, with the aim to collecting rich and valuable alms. 2 years later, we found the note that the elder Gedeon came from Muscovy and brought with him an icon with the great theologian. We will talk about this icon tomorrow in the special features of the icon tomorrow. the documents, the notes. There is a second note in other codices, but I have not the photography of this note. And it's very interesting to indicate that in the first note, it's indicated that Geldeon take the icon from Muscovy and the second one from Wallachia. But we'll discuss this thing, this subject tomorrow. Up. The icon of St. John the Theologian. The inscription with the name of the donator and the date, the frame. So the two other icons, the icons of Christ Pantocrator, the Savior of Smolensk, and the Mother of God enthroned, were brought to the monastery during the alms collection mission to Moscow undertaken by the monk Isaiah Mazaris in 1702. The style and the high quality of the painting, as well that the due stuff and the gold show that works should be attributed to the royal workshops of the armory chamber in the Kremlin. The most important source approving the donation of these icons by the monk Isaiah Mazaris is contained by the two votive inscriptions cleaned and treated during the conservation of the icons in 1919 by Stavros Baltoyanis. You may see here the donative inscriptions. The inscriptions are written in two different handwritings. The icon of the Christ The inscription are written in two different handwritings and separated by a narrow margin of time. As the slightly earlier one, that of the icon of the Virgin, contains the date October 24, 1702. It's placed in the space between the columns of the painted throne of the icon, the Virgin enthroned. The inscription of Christ Pantocrator is placed in the lower part of the icon and contains the date November 16, 1702. The dimensions of the three Russian icons are approximately 115 meters and 92, and they were obviously meant for a much higher outer barrier because the measurements of the actual iconostasis, which is dated in 1820, are 127 and 16.8 centimeters. Consequently, the frames of the Russian icons of the Russian icons are covered, and certain details of the painting, as well as the Russian and Greek donor inscriptions of the icons of the Virgin and Christ and the silver frame of the icon of St. John the Theologian, are not visible. What do the written sources say about the alms collection missions of Isaiah Mazari in Moscow and about the icons? First, there are three testimonies. About the arrival of our Archimandrite Isaiah from Patmos in Moscow in September 1702. This is an official document in the Russian State Archives of Ancient Documents recently published by Nadezhda Chesnokova. An official letter. This is the note about the presence of Isaiah in Moscow from our codices. And an official letter from the Igumenos of Patmos Monastery addressed to the Tsar of Russia, Peter Alexeyevich, written in March 1705 and transmitted to Moscow by Archimandrite Nikiforos during the subsequent alms collections mission. Content of the letter informs us that the monastery has received the icons and the financial endowments sent by the great sovereign through the hands of the venerable Hieromonk Archimandrite Isaiah, and the icons were used to decorate the Church of the Theologian, and with the financial resources they have been able to settle numerous debts. Concluding the date of the considering the date of the Archimandrite Saya arrival in Moscow, 8th of September 1702, and the dates of the two dedicatory inscriptions on the icons, 26th of October 1702 and 16th of November, we can't assume that the icons were chosen by the Archimandrite and were not especially commissioned. This raises the question of how the process of purchasing and selecting icons was organized by monks coming to Moscow for alms. Apart from the despotic icons and on the iconostasis, there is another equally large and very beautiful Russian icon from the Armory workshop, which has not so far received attention. The icon is in case depicts the St. John the theologian with his disciple Prochor and is placed nowadays in the monastery library. This icon, which was obviously created also for an iconostasis sovereign tier and is by all probably one of the two icons with Christ Pantocrator and St. John Theologian Apocalypse purchased by Archbishop Nikiforos in 1705 during an alms college mission of Patmos monks to Russia. This icon will be a subject of further study and research. The second group of objects are related to a very special form of private piety, donations of icons to the monastery in anticipation that the donor's name will be included in the list of commemoration for death. In the notes of the monastic codices, in the text of the Synodic, we found the description of 3 icons belonging to this group, one of which we have identified in the museum exposition. The older object is an unknown triptych with the Lord Christ and the Virgin Mary and the Graceful and Honest Baptist, brought by the Gelder Edeon with the great icon of the St. John in 1619. And the other one is the icon of the Virgin Kazanskaya, actually, and in the exposed in the museum exposition. The other object in the museum exposition, there is another one icon. We have the detailed description of the icon of Kazanskaya. She's very good, is well known for the art historians. She's dated in the mid-17th century, and this is a specimen for the very richly decorated icons relevant to the Russia during the 16th and 17th century. And this is a donation of the Metropolitan Abrami, Ryazansky, and Muromsky. What is the first identification of this icon? I'm sorry. It's very interesting. Alexei Muravyov in 1859 identified this icon as donation of Alexei Mikhailovich and related this icon with the documents from 1654 and from the archive from the monastery library. The second identification of the icons made by Alexei Dmitrievsky in 1894 is different. He estimated that this icon is donated by Peter the Great with the icon of the Christ by Pantocrator and an enthroned virgin with the child. The third identification is in the recent bibliography by Iota Ikonomaki Papadopoulou, the best knower of the Patmos collection, art collection, and the Patmos archive, and she related this icon with the testament of Agatangelos, Bishop of Karyopolis, who became a member of the community, and he made a rich donation to the monastery. And in this testament is described an icon of Virgin of Kazanskaya. Finally, the discovery of this Patmos Synodic allows us to identify this icon as donation of Abrahami, Metropolitan of Ryazan. The family of Metropolitan Avram of Ryazan of Murom praised the Lord for the health, and the Metropolitan remembered the Lord for the response of death. The Reverend Abrahami, Metropolitan of Ryazan and Murom, offered the miracle working icons of the Most Holy Mother of God, Kazan, with pearls and some stones, and with the cross, and formed the two parts, the three rows of pearls, and sent it to Patmos Island to the monastery for the sake of his salvation. And signed by Fyodor Stepanovich Talmach, translator, Moscow, January 1703. So Metropolitan Abrahami was Archimandrite in the Spaso Andronikov monastery in Moscow. And in January 1687, he was consecrated in Bishop of Ryazan and Murom with the rank of Metropolitan by Patriarch Joachim of Moscow. In March 1700, Abrahami retired in old age to the Znamensky monastery, where he died in 1708. Obviously, the icon is dated in the middle of the 17th century and probably belonged to the prelate. The example I chose to present you confirms the crucial importance of the interdisciplinary approach to the study of art objects, especially for those which moved from one space to another. The identification and use of the traces left by these objects in various written sources during their journey has been one of the objectives of our work. The case of Patmos Monastery and its collection of Russian religious art objects illustrates perfectly this point. Tomorrow, we will have the opportunity to get deeper into the study of a particular famous icon and see that the ways written sources can help correct misinterpretations and ideological uses and restore the real life objects. Thank you.
We thank very much Mrs. Boicheva for this particularly significant history of objects paper and the material biography of objects, which is a very field of interest, very contemporary field of interest. We thank you very much. And we proceed to the last speaker of the session, Nicholas Pissis, who is an assistant professor at the Ionian University, professor of the history of Eastern and Southeastern Europe. His interests lies in early modern Russian and Greek relations, in apocalypticism, and in the Fanayot's knowledge culture. And he's going to speak about the Batmian monks and the imagination of Petrine Russia.
Good morning from me too. Thank you very much for the introduction. And since it is also the concluding conference, I want to thank Juliana and the whole team of the RICONTRANS for not only for the organization of this conference, but for all the years of this project, which has been a very rich experience for all the participators. I will talk about a letter that Juliana has already shown in her presentation. So it is this picture taken from the publication, recent publication in the article of Nadezhda Chesnakova Juliana mentioned. It is just as an illustration of what I will be talking about. So documents produced in the context of GT, of alms collection practices, petitions, travelogues, synodics, thanksgivings, imperial charters, etc., follow certain conventions, which all persons involved are as a rule familiarized with. Both form of those documents and content show some standard functional characteristics that seem to resist historical evolution, to be static. And yet closer reading and comparison may not seldom enhance historical understanding or even render such supposedly static testimonies into indicators of historical change. In this presentation, I shall not repeat the information you have already received from my colleagues concerning the missions of Patmian monks and their visits to Moscow, as well as the 3 codices that document those missions. Instead, I will focus on one of the documents produced in this context, the petition on behalf of the Brotherhood of the Monastery of St. John the Theologian, written in March 1704 and addressed to Tsar Peter, which Archimandrite Nikephoros and his entourage, Leontios and Makarios, brought with them and submitted to the Muscovite authorities in January 1705. The petition, kept in Rigada in the Russian State Archive of Ancient Documents, is exceptionally neat, formal, in both its appearance and its content. It is also highly relevant to the central purposes of RICONTRANS, since the monks, as Juliana said, expressed their gratitude to the Tsar for the reception of the alms and the icons, which in the preceding mission, the monk Isaias Mazaris brought to the monastery the year before. However, my focus will concern the rhetoric employed. Petitioners who composed such letters in great quantity during the 17th century and the proliferation of contacts between Moscow and the various institutions of the Eastern Church under Ottoman rule, followed, as already mentioned, certain established patterns. Or in other words, they made use of an available arsenal of symbols, metaphors, tropes, topoi, that serve the articulation of asking material support from an Orthodox ruler for the sake of suffering ecclesiastical institutions, be they monasteries, bishoprics, patriarchates, the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, but also individual wandering monks or ex-prelates. To the essentials of this rhetoric belong Byzantine imperial titles, the catalogue of imperial virtues, comparisons, or rather typological allusions to biblical kings and Byzantine Byzantine emperors, standard imperial symbols such as the sun, but also the haven of all shipwrecked. These standard features, in all their conventionality, do serve concrete functions and convey implicit messages. They rhetorically confirm a reality, the role of the Tsar as a benefactor of churches and monasteries, as protector and supporter of the Eastern Church. They offer legitimation for the Church's claim to the leadership of the Orthodox world and to the inheritance of the Byzantine emperors. And more crucially, they employ praises and homages as subtle reminders of the Church's duties, of the expectations he should fulfill as an Orthodox ruler. Indeed, if one takes a look at the petitions of Batmian monks addressed to the Tsars on the occasions of their the preceding missions in 1647 and again in 1696, one encounters a hardly striking language. The first one, rather colorless and plain, the second of 1696, more sophisticated, with quotations from the Gospel of John. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was the God, and definitions of charity as a virtue capable to send the blessed ones straight to the eternal kingdom. All the more so if this charity is offered to monasteries. Instead, the letter of 1704, this letter, stands apart from the bulk of these sources, and in particular from earlier Batmian petitions, in more than one way. First, it is composed in a particularly polished language that accompanies the skillful handwriting and the drawing beneath the signature. I suppose it is St. John and Christodoulos, the monk, the founder of the monastery. Similarly refined and articulate are references to the Tsar's role as protector and guardian of the Eastern Church, heir to the pious emperors, bastion of the Orthodox faith. Peter is the solid, unshakable foundation, the stone, Petra, of Orthodoxy, a mirror of imperial virtues combined, έσωπτρων βασιλικών αρετών. Virtues associated with biblical models, Solomon's wisdom, David's goodwill, Joseph's piety, Samson's bravery, but also Constantine's apostolic zeal. Rare, but not unique, in this kind of conventional documents is, besides, the reference to the hopes and expectations of the enslaved and tormented Christians at approaching liberation through the hands of their God-given savior, the Russian Tsar. Especially subtle and elegant appears the justification of the monks' appeal and of the Tsar's obligation to come up to their expectations. It is a providential argument. God Almighty has in his wisdom granted the pious Russian Empire Peter, this godlike ruler, Theoidis Anax, for the sake of certain ends, for the defense of the Orthodox Church against any impiety and heresy, for the liberation of the captured Christian peoples, for the glory of the Trinity, and last but not least, for the relief and alleviation of us, the humble servants of God and of your highest majesty. The recital of the monastery's sufferings that follow, heavy taxes, haraj, assaults of pirates, lootings, all that have brought the monastery to its final agony, iseschatin anapnoin, is of complementary secondary importance. All that may be read as a particularly fine performance of the inherited rhetorical tools suitable for the petition's purpose. What is instead unique, and what makes this letter perhaps into an indicator of transformations and adaptations in terms of the representations of Russia in the Greek world, is the handling of Peter's novel qualities. For the praise of his commencing reforms, the monks evoke the notion of the Platonic philosopher king. Plato would rejoice to experience in Peter the accomplishment of his wish, a king who philosophizes and a philosopher who rules. At the same time, Peter is incarnating the model of the ancient Roman Caesars, but he surpasses them in both his military and his political deeds, ενόπληστε και πολιτεία, in an unambiguous manner, αρήτωστε και ασυγκρίτως υπερικόντησε. Peter is a hero who overshadows all the accomplishments of his ancestors and who raises trophies for the future kings to imitate, προς μίμηση των πορφυρογεννησομένων. Again, nothing of these discourses is novel or modern. They constitute part and parcel of court rhetoric from late antiquity until the early modern times. The Platonic philosopher King was a figure evoked time and again in Byzantine panegyrics, but also in our context in praises of the Russian Tsars as Alexei Mikhailovich, written by Greek ecclesiastical men of letters as Paisios Ligaridis during the 17th century. The same goes for the encomium of the ruler who competes with his predecessors and surpasses their achievements. Important is the context of the image's evocation and the functions it is meant to serve. Faced with a modified situation that requires some kind of deviation of the standard vocabulary and the readaptation of the discourse, the laudator is to select from an available toolkit the most appropriate images and symbols. It is an observation of general validity that the articulation, justification, and legitimation of Peter's ambitious reform program was carried out by his court ideologues, not so much with the introduction of innovative or supposedly Western notions, but chiefly with the employment of time-old familiar notions, symbols, and images, which were put in a new context. In the wake of such recontextualizations, the Platonic philosopher King turned during the 18th century into an emblem of the later so-called enlightened absolutism. The Petrine reforms, or to start with, the unconventional, to say the least, manners of Tsar Peter, which were already manifest at the turn of the century, posed serious challenges, not only for his court boyars and the Russian churchmen, or at least a part of them, but also for fellow Orthodox believers who struggled to accommodate alarming news about the rapid developments in Muscovy with the traditional image of the Orthodox church, ruler and the great Orthodox Empire, and with whatever expectations they used to project on the Russian Tsars in their capacity as heads and protectors of the Orthodox Church. A case in point is the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Dositheos, from 1669 to 1707, whose dense correspondence with the Russian authorities, ecclesiastical and imperial, as well as with Peter himself, betrays a lot about the anxieties and disillusionments. News from Muscovy, as for example, Peter's long embassy, his visit of Western capitals, used to trigger, but also about the efforts to reconcile the new situation with inherited principles and expectations. But we possess also evidence about pertinent worries on the lower levels of the church organization. In 1701, when the Russian pilgrim Ivan Lukyanov spent some time in Constantinople on his way to the Holy Land, he was confronted at the Metochion of the Holy Sepulchre, the Sithios residence, with pressing interrogations by the Greek monks present. Why did your Tsar introduce in Moscow the Frankish dress and the Frankish faith? Why did he seclude the Empress Evdokia into a monastery? And so on. The role of itinerant monks and churchmen returning from alms-seeking missions to their monasteries and bishoprics, but also of merchants traveling back and forth to Russia for the dissemination of news, rumors, hearsays, and images, for the shaping of Russia's representations in the Greek world, is well attested. In our case, it requires not a particular stretch of imagination and speculation to suppose that Archimandrite Isaias Mazaris, on his return to Patmos in 1703 or beginning of 1704, had, beside the alms and the icons, a lot to recount, to narrate to his brothers, and that his account must have played some part in the decision to update and upgrade the monastery's argumentation and message. The monks were well acquainted with divergent communicating contexts and with the need to adapt to different addressees, employing a varying language. This is, for example, demonstrated in the Pathmian Brotherhood's contemporary or slightly earlier, 17th century and the 18th, the intense relations to Rome and the papacy, or letters to Spanish kings as Philip III or Charles VI, in the petitions they addressed to the Catholic Church authorities,
In fact, Isaias Mazares was to travel to Rome a few years later in 1710, while it may well be that the same Archimandrite Nikephoros, who brought our letter to Moscow in 1705, had 2 decades ago visited himself Rome and apparently issued a Latin confession of faith. A final question regards the reception of this rhetoric in Moscow, the possible impact of the monks' intellectual efforts. After all, the point of adjusting one's rhetoric and vocabulary was precisely to meet the apparently modified expectations and taste of the addressee in order to promote one's own objectives. Judging from the fact that Nikephoros and the Brotherhood did not get the desired Jalovana Grammata, the imperial charter, but only the usual alms, the mission's success was rather modest. Even Nikephoros' promises to recruit in the Aegean Sea shipbuilders and sailors for the Russian fleet, a project that was in these years very pursued by the Russian government and especially by the Russian envoy, ambassador in Istanbul, did not bring any fruits. For our concerns, probably less so for the monks themselves, another instance is even more disappointing. As a rule, Greek writings addressed to the Tsars, be they petitions or reports of whatever provenience, from patriarchs or from simple merchants, were translated verbatim and in full by the trained translators of the Pasolsky Prikaz and kept together with the Greek original in the office's archive, and so they have survived to this day. Therefore, we possess for a large amount of such letters the original and the contemporary verbatim translation. In our case, it seems that the refined language, the elaborate and ornate images, metaphors, and rhetorical tropes of the Batman petition was too strenuous a task for the overstrained perivogici, the translators. As an exception, the letter was not translated, but only summarized, mentioning at least the drawing at the bottom, but leaving out, as one can imagine, all the skillful rhetoric that the monks had crafted in vain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pissis, for this presentation, which also introduced us into the historical context of Russia at this time, and it's Russia and the Ottoman Empire. We thank you very much for this. And we can proceed now to we can open the discussion. And I think you should come up here, all 4 of you. No? The 4 of you, not. Shouldn't you come up? To start the discussion.
It works. First of all, allow me to congratulate all 4 of you. That was a superb panel for different reasons, and I will point to 2 of them. First of all, for picking the Patmos as a case study is absolutely fascinating, and secondly, from a methodological point of view, because you just showed us how you should treat such sources and the interconnected approach that you offered, the 4 of you, it's absolutely amazing. I think it should be continued. I have a question for Mrs. Resch and for Mr. Karaklidis, just out of curiosity. I know a bit because of the studies of Nistazopoulou Pelechidou, the state of the Romanian documents in Patmos. And surprisingly, so there are very few correlations between at least the Romanian funds and what you presented. So basically we don't have the donations that apparently appear in the codices are neither testified for in the, for example, Codex of the Grand Chancellery of Wallachia, nor in Moldavia. What we have is the annual donations that the princes have done and then attested. So out of curiosity, in the codexes you are working on, are those, let's say, annual donations mentioned in any forms, or it's just strictly related to the trip that they conducted?
Thank you. In 1016A, the first note that actually allows dating the earliest layer of records is in August 1695, and it actually records the commitment of Constantin Brancovanu to donate a yearly amount to the monks. And apparently this money was left in Yasi, and it was collected only on the way back from Moscow 3 years later. Now, even though the historical personalities mentioned in the record, Brancovanu and his wife Maria Domna and Archbishop Theodosius, who was the ruling archbishop in Wallachia at that time, so they are all perfectly identifiable. We don't have Chrysovolon or any mention of this donation in the published documents, Romanian documents from the archive of Patmos. So this is a new piece of information that this manuscript provides, and it probably can be further investigated whether there is any other evidence and whether this donation was actually renovated and it continued on a yearly basis or not. Now, Isaiah in 1703 or 02 records a donation now in Moldavia by Constantin Duca, where he specifically says that we requested and we received a chrysobolon, and he specifies the particular amount that was guaranteed as a donation on a yearly basis. And Nistazopoulou published the chrysobolon, and the information there, the amounts and the names coincides precisely with this record. So these are two major notes, and there are also smaller notes from the Romanian towns where I was not able to identify the personalities because the donations were not made by the princes, but probably by some less known figures.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Okay, I will take the question because I want to add something, and thank you all for your presentation. It was a great opportunity for us, especially that was something about our country, about Romanian principalities. So one of the question I wanted to ask was almost already solved, because I wanted to ask Daria if there are other names except the prince and the monks and the metropolitan, and you said that there are, because I imagine that in each town they stayed, maybe there are lists with persons. And I wonder if you managed to transcribe them, to understand them. For us, it's very important to know the names, because maybe we could compare with what we have. We also have a list with names with boyars or with monks in monasteries. So it would be very interesting for us to have access to those lists. This is the first question, and the second one is related also for you, Daria, but maybe your colleague could answer also. It's related with the way they inscribe the names in those pomenics. We call them in Romania synodicon. As far as I know, in Romania, the tradition says that the name should be inscribed without any addition related with the position, with the rank, with the, I don't know. So even the prince would be only Stephen, not the King Stephen the Great. So I don't know if this tradition is only in Romania, because in my mind it's something strange that they try to put all those informations together and maybe to make something that it's more than a pomenic. I think they somehow exceeded their role there. They should collect only the name, the baptism name, not the the function or the social rank of that person. So I wonder if they don't use this method in order to collect information for other purposes. Thank you.
Thank you too. Well, as for the names, you're absolutely right. This is the difficulty of identifying them. We mostly have just the names, with very few exceptions when, as we saw in the case of a Chrysobolon obtained, or in the case of a huge donation of money by Constantine Brancovano, there is also a record, actually a narrative note that allows identifying the names. And in fact, you're right, Constantine Brancovano, he's recorded as Ioannis Konstantinos, and there is nothing else. So based on the narrative context, and also that his full Christian name was Ioannis Konstantinos, I identified this person. Other names that I remember now, there is a name of Antiochus Kandemir, which is slightly later. I think this is the 1705. And this suggests a strong Phanariot connection. There is also a name of Chrysanthos Notaras, who was at the court of Brancovano, and he's mentioned as one of the guarants of the witnesses who testified that the donation was made. Most of the Romanian names, however, represent material for the studies of prosopography or history of onomastics rather than for social studies, because we don't have any information as to their office or social standing, as you rightly noted.
Thank you.
May I ask a question if there is no other? Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your presentations. And I just have one question for Juliana. In general, after all this research, how many, I didn't check in the database, but how many icons from the armory workshop are
in Greek territory? Oh, I have to, but in Patmos, we have at least 4 big icons, but there is a small pieces as well. So in Castoria, we have another pieces, small pieces. In at Benaki Museum collection, we have some pieces. I think it's, but in, I have to to reflect.
So
but
in the Patmos are the most representative.
Yes, this is the most representative. You know, and in Mount Athos, so 20, 30. But I think that it's in Greece we have less icons of armory chamber than in Romania, and the other big center of course, concentrated many icons of the armory is Istanbul, Constantinople. Yes, but we will discuss this tomorrow. Anastasia.
Thank you. If I just may add some detail to this discussion, I think it's interesting that some small-scale icons from the armory chamber workshops came to Greece from the refugee heirlooms from Ankara, which means that there was a quite wide distribution and a taste for this specific type of icons in other areas where we haven't yet explored. We know next to nothing other that they come from there, but it is interesting to keep this in mind. Thank you.
In fact, Patmos is that this rare case is that the icons are in their first place of reception. They was brought from Moscow to Patmos, to the iconostasis on Patmos, and we know that this icons and this iconostasis from 1705. So, and since today, it's not very often.
Okay, thank you. Now, first of all, I would like to say that this was a very, very interesting session for two reasons. The first reason, as a historian of the modern period in the Aegean, I was very interested because we already knew that there was a big Russian ideological propaganda during the end of the 18th century and under the reign of Catherine the Great. And we knew that it had started since the end of the 17th century, but we had never studied systematically the material aspects and the textual aspects of this propaganda, of this ideological. This was very interesting for me, and I think this is novel. This is a novelty for this period of the Ottoman, Russian, Greek history. The second very interesting point that is raised in this session is that is the methodological approach of this kind of sources, icons and textual sources, through different layers, material layers, ideological layers, social layers, cultural layers, and altogether they also point towards an operation of transcribing and editing these sources, which in itself is a research operation. It's a different research structure of different layers. This I found very interesting. I would like to address a question to Mrs. Resch again, but it's a question that concerns all of you. I think, and Nicholas too, and Juliana. You spoke about differences between the three codices, differences in style, differences in recording, different recording, and most of all differences in between Russification and Hellenization and back and forth Russification and Hellenization enterprise. Would this, he also spoke about the 1702 codice was about also put forward donations of the Russian aristocracy. You said something like that. Am I right? Did I? They were allowed themselves. I was wondering how could it relate to the historical context of the Russian empire of the period, the Petrine Empire. And I was wondering, I had the question in my mind after you spoke and after Nicholas also spoke, would it also show an attempt of the Russian aristocracy to ascertain itself in this way because it was attacked by Peter the Great? Or maybe it's a different Russian aristocracy that has been rising during this period after the Voyars recession, let's say, recession.
It's a great question. I must say that by the early 18th century, this developed commemorative culture that was very, very important for Russian aristocracy in the mid 17th century gradually goes into decline. So by the time when the monks from Patmos for the first time arrived to Moscow, they are already facing probably less enthusiasm on the part of donors and less interest, especially given the fact that Patmos Monastery was not that well known compared to other monasteries from the Greek East, which had well-established history from the 16th, 17th century of Zitiae, like Sinai or Zographou, or even the Panteleimon Monastery. And it's not a coincidence that I demonstrated a range of synodics, of alms synodics, and all of them are much more lavishly decorated and have a much larger representation of Moscow aristocracy than the synodic from Patmos. So in a way, Patmos monks, they're trying to jump into the last wagon of a train. And in doing this, they're going through 3 stages. They're not precisely finding the way. And the synodic of 1705, in a way, I'm not sure it was that important for the Russian donors at the moment. Maybe it was the last attempt to impress and to consolidate. The social function of these synodics, the elite binding function, is very important in Muscovite Russia in the 16th century, in the 17th century, and by the time of Peter the Great, it gave way to other types of elite binding functions, documents. For example, yearly calendars, court calendars, where you had all the names of aristocracy and the awards they received in their offices. So here we see not only a cultural gap, but also, in a way, a gap in mentality, in chronology, if you wish. There are 2 different times which are trying to overlap, but not precisely overlap. That is probably the answer.
Thank you. Yes, just for your question, how one could interpret the entries of the aristocracy in the synodic, I would say that judging from the names, from the families, it is rather the part of the aristocracy that was close to Peter, not the opposition. Yes, but I agree completely with Daria that it played lesser role at this time, this kind of legitimization, as compared to the time of the father of Peter, Alexei. But in general, one would not describe the change, the rapid change that is taking place under Peter as a secularization. It is still a Christian empire, and the legitimization as a Christian empire, as the other Christian empires of the West, not as an Orthodox empire, as a Christian empire. So those practices play a role, but they're not that central as they were before. But it is not an opposition. I mean, to donate or to enhance one's image through such practices is not an act of opposition towards the central policies, neither in the church nor in the court. I mean, also the ecclesiastics that are mentioned in the synodic are the people of Peter, like Jaworski, who is his man, the patriarchate, not any of the conservative oppositionals.
But Avraham Ryzansky was, by the time of the donation was recorded, he was actually displaced from his position. He was retired. But then we have Ivan Maximovich, Peter's candidature, and yeah.
May I? Small. It's very interesting that these three codices documented maybe some of the last documents about visit of monks in Moscow for Zytia, because after the transformation of the system of Zytia and the distribution the Zytia from Constantinople, these travels was stopped. And this is as well very interesting, how was organized. And as I know with the private correspondence with Nadezhda Chesnokova and the Russian State Archives of ancient acts, they have not data about this visit in 1718, about the third codice, 1718, 1722. So maybe this registration, because it was a period of transformation of the synod, the transformation of the patriarchate and the creation of the synod. Maybe this is a lack of documentation in the Russian archives, and this codex is unique document about this last visit, in fact, of the Pathmian monks in Moscow. But as you understood well, these three manuscripts are subject of our research, and the subject will be the subject of our facsimile publication. And we will ask support from the Romanian colleagues about the identification of the historical persons and toponyms, and in order to complete the lacks of our knowledge and to prepare a better edition.
Thank you. Thank you for all these quite interesting presentations. And I have just a short comment. Since what I saw as a point after following your presentations was probably this metaphor of the last wagon is very appropriate. The inadequacy of this last ZTA to the cultural context of Petrine Russia, and the rhetoric of the letter of 1704. The monks were not in position to impress Peter with such kind of admonitions to the Orthodox emperor, since every Muscovite Tsar after John IV, the Terrible, the first in this line, were listening during their coronation ceremonies the admonitions of the first, the Metropolitan of all Russia and Muscovy, and then of the patriarchs of all Russia. Admonitions based exactly on the Byzantine rhetorical models, full of excerpts from the admonitions of Deacon Agapetus to Justinian I, of the famous 66 admonitions of Basil I to his son Leo, the future Leo VI. And this is not something. This was not something quite intriguing in the early 18th century. Probably that's why all this mumbo jumbo was not translated literally, and it was left aside as something quite old-fashioned, I guess. And not okay. It's my first impression, and I never read the full text, and it's my only first imagination about everything this. And the last wagon. If I'm right, the image of Peter was imposed into the third synodicon of in the second, which dates 1703, 4, 5. Oh, just great. To impose the image of Peter there with his huge Muscovite beard and traditional Muscovite Tsar attire was something quite well, quite not welcome, I think, from the viewed from the perspective of the day, since we are to remember that in exactly in January 1705, Peter I issued his first edict against the beard. And to produce this image of the future emperor, still Tsar, of course, exactly in this moment was something quite telling about, I'll say this again, about the inadequacy of the monks. They were not to know what's happening in Russia in this moment, but still, excuse me for my occupancy, but still, I just shared something.
Thank you. I agree with what you said. Just on one point, I would like to clarify something. My point was exactly that it is not the usual mumbo jumbo. That the monks of Patmos have heard from their brother Isaias or from other channels we know more or less about, that something has changed, that something is changing. And they try to adjust, they try to adapt their language as good as they can in direction they think would fit. I mean, it is not as is the case with the Petrine reforms too. It's not a revolutionary overturn. It is a slight modification of the inherited legitimation discourses. And the model they have in mind is this philosopher king they use, which they didn't use monks for the former church. They try to volume down, let's say, the orthodox rhetoric and to enhance those aspects that they think will fit Peter's image. They don't try to impress Peter, as the former petitions didn't try to impress the Tsars. They tried to fulfill the expectations. They are expected to provide this language, and the Tsar is expected to fulfill his duty. So, and their encomia are a proof of this legitimization. He is getting from the monks of the Eastern Church the legitimization he's at least in the 17th century asking for. Peter is not anymore asking for it, it seems. And it is more clear in the correspondence with patriarchs, as Dositheos, that it is not what he is expecting. So I think they did not translate the letter, not because it was the usual stuff. The usual stuff they know how to translate. They were very trained into that. Because it was too elaborate in the language, the ancient Greek, but also in those images. They thought, and again, because it was not anymore that important for the Petrine government. It is, I think this is the reason. If it was a traditional letter as the one of 1696, it would be translated in full as it was the rule.
Just one clarification. This portrait of Peter I was actually produced in Moscow by a Russian hand. So it's a big question whether, I mean, well, it seems that we are probably or exaggerating, the revolutionary aspect. The transition is mild, and the fact that all the officials, all the bureaucracy of Peter's entourage, those involved with the Greek monks, also leave their donations and their names in the synodic. Emiliano Kraintsev, you have the clerks of Posolsky Prikaz. I'm not, I don't remember now all the names, but they're taking it rather seriously. Maybe not as enthusiastically, but still seriously. And one more detail. I think that this synodic can be also distinguished by the amount of female names. Not just female names, but entries marked by the female head of the family, a widow. This is probably also a sign that while the times were changing, the women were lingering to the tradition, kind of continuing it in a mild way. The largest donation the icon Juliana showed is from widow Urusova, it's a female donor. Yeah, yes, of course.
So I have just one thing to say about the portrait of Peter the Great, because I worked as a small research on this image. I haven't finished. I never found a parallel of this portrait. It's very, very rare, very earlier. And it's completely different from the other earlier portraits of Peter. And maybe to present them in this traditional Russian vestment, is the choice, because this book is addressed to the monks of Patmos. So if they put a Western style portrait of Peter, it will be very strange in the context of this kind of book. And I think the choice it's not it's very it's a conscious choice.
Don't panic. I was wondering whether this geographical distribution of the monks' journeys follow a significant pattern. Do they follow a program? How do they choose the places they go through where they?
Well, I'm not so sure. I have some thoughts about that. For me, it was kind of surprising to see them to be located in a very specific areas, like in areas around Bucharest and Brasov, and then they are in left bank Ukraine, and then we have Moscow. So there are no other cities or areas in between. Well, in the Moscow, it's quite obvious. They visited these monasteries and these noble families. And in left back Ukraine, I think they mainly visited the Cossack army, like the army, that regiments that are there. So I don't know. I think this is the reason that they stationed over there. But I don't have further. Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll call it the session. Thank you very much.
We're taking a lunch break, which is served in the courtyard straight through here. We will lock this door if you need to leave stuff here. and we reconvene at 2:30. Mother? Hello, yes. We see you. Yes.
Hello, Katerina. Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. And you?
Yes, very well.
It's
Thank
very good connection. I heard all the conference, all the discussion. It's good for in this moment.
you. Had a good connection, you said?
Yes, yes.
Good.
I heard all the conference here. It's the good for me. But let's try the share of the PowerPoint. Do you want? Yes. Okay.
Now it's the break and everyone has gone for lunch.
Uh-huh. Okay. Share. Can you see?
We see it.
And can I move the PowerPoint?
If you make it in full, can you put it on full screen?
Yes, yes. I take full screen now.
Just a
It's okay.
It hasn't changed yet here.
You have to first put the full screen and then make the share of the slide.
Yes, I made full screen ready. I made first screen. It's not.
Now you have to share it. Now you have to stop sharing and share it again.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
We see again your PowerPoint screen, but not the full screen mode.
At me is full screen, Katarina. At me is full screen.
Okay, look, turn it off again. Turn the share off again.
Okay, okay. Stop share, not stop share. First, stop share.
You haven't closed the full screen yet, right?
Yes, yes.
You have full screen now.
Now it's not full screen.
It's not. Okay.
Now it's not full screen. Okay.
Stop the sharing.
Yes. Stop sharing. Yes.
Now, make it full screen without sharing. Without sharing.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm at full screen now. Yes.
Okay, great. Now, do you see the Windows key on your keyboard? And a Windows key?
Yes, 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 yes.
Hit
keyboard.
the Windows. Yeah, in the Windows key.
What is key? Now I can.
It's next to Alt key. Alt key.
Moment. Yes.
On the left side.
Yes, in the left.
In the left side, hit the Windows key.
Yes.
Now do you see the bar at the bottom?
Yes.
Now select the zoom.
Moment. Selecting zoom. Yes.
Okay. Now go to share.
Okay.
Now in the window, select the full side, the full slide.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
the full slide, and click share.
Yes.
Great. Now go back to your PowerPoint. And
yes.
your presentation.
Moment. It's not. Yes. Okay.
Great. We can see the next slides. Yes.
PowerPoint is running in this moment.
It's working perfectly. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's it. First, you make it full screen, then you go back to Zoom, and then you share the full slide, and go back to PowerPoint.
I hope I remember tomorrow. But
we will help you again if you need to tomorrow.
Sorry, I don't hear. Moment.
We will help you tomorrow again.
Okay.
Don't worry.
repeat. You can together repeat tomorrow all the operation, okay?
I can send you an email with the order of things.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Mother Athanasia, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you very much for your help. Thank you.
Welcome, you're welcome.
Thank you, bye-bye.
I welcome you all to the second session of our conference, Supporting Orthodoxy in the Balkans, Russian donations to churches and monasteries in the Balkans during the 19th century. Our first speaker is Laura Gerd from the Institute of History of the Russian Academy of Sciences in St. Petersburg, a well-known researcher scholar of the Russian policy in the Christian East and its ideological dimensions, about which she will talk to us today on a subject. You see the title, Taxidiotes from the Ottoman Empire and the Balkans in Russia in 1830 to 1914, Orthodoxy and Politics.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank very much the organizers of the conference and Juliana Boycheva for having invited me here. It's my pleasure to come again to Crete. The topic of my presentation today is part of the research on the archives of the 19th century about in fact, just a short presentation of the ways of support of Orthodoxy in the 19th century, which was partly coinciding with those of that support which existed in the 17th, 16th, and the 17th century, but many things were changed then. In 1735, under Empress Anna Ioannovna, the Palestine state was established. It was a list of monasteries and the 4 patriarchates of the East, which received an annual stable donation. The most monasteries received 35 rubles per year, which was a quite modest sum, and the patriarchs received 1,000 per year. And they had to send representatives once in 5 years to Moscow to receive the money. Since the reign of Paul I, the money was sent in banking way via the ambassador in Constantinople. In fact, this rather modest sum of 35 rubles per year was almost nothing. And since the beginning of the 19th century, Tsar Alexander I in 1819 first raised the question how to increase this sum. But he met objections from the side of the Holy Synod, and the reasons were to avoid complications with the Ottoman authorities. And then it was decided to give this sum in silver rubles, not in paper ones, which was more stable and a bit better. Since the late 1830s, after the end of the series of Russo-Ottoman wars, Russia entered the competition of the great powers in the Eastern question, and it was clear that the previous methods of supporting Orthodoxy, which was the main level of Russian influence in the East, was not enough and should be revisited and somehow changed. Some notes were written on this topic already in the end of the 30s, and this at the same time the patriarchs of Antioch and Alexandria addressed the Holy Synod a big petition asking for help, mainly for supporting the Orthodox schools and the church against the increasing influence of Catholic and Protestant propaganda. So the question was discussed on different levels in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and in the Synod as well. And we know that the result of these discussions was delegating of Porfiry Uspensky to the east, first to Syria, then to Palestine, the establishment of the first Russian ecclesiastical mission in Jerusalem, which was an institution resembling very much the Western missions, but with some, of course, characteristics of itself. So at the same time, the Synod helped the Eastern Christians according to their petitions. The petitions were different from different areas. And already in the early 1840s, a petition was received from the ecclesiastical heads of Bosnia and Herzegovina, from Bosnia actually. A priest Pavel Tvertkovich was delegated to Moscow, who installed there, received the permission, installed there, and was started gathering donations, which was organized by the Synod and on the request of the Synod by the local metropolitans. And they asked the richer monasteries to donate some garments, utensils, icons, books, of course, money, everything they could. And all these things were stored in Moscow in the Chudov and Zvatulstov monasteries. And very soon the donations were so many that the Chudov monastery couldn't it was not enough to storage them, and this action continued for about 20 years. And you can imagine how many things were gathered, and the question was how to bring them to the Balkans, and different ways were found. One way was via Odessa and Constantinople, and the other way along the Danube. And of course, all this was semi-official in order not to attract the attention of the Ottoman authorities. Certain merchants took the responsibility to take the things with them, together with the goods that they had in their ships. And this was the first big-scale action in help of the Balkan Orthodox since the 1830s. Already Kriton Chrysochoidis pointed that the Zetia and Taxidiotes of the 17th century was not like the same travels of the Taxidiotes in the Balkans, because these monks who came to Moscow in the 17th century, they didn't travel around Russia. They just installed in Moscow and had contacts only with the Tsar and the boyars around him and with the high clergy. And the traditional way of Taxidiotes in the 16th, 17th century in the Balkans was just traveling from one town to another, from one village to another. It was a completely different method. And starting with the 1840s, the same Balkan way of gathering donations was probably first in the history, started in Russia. Well, we have some precedents in the 18th century when a certain petitioner arrived in Moscow, and after he asked for permission to return to home via Pernov, which is Pernu in Estonia now, after to go to Kiev, to Belarus, to Kiev, and so on. But it was just personal permission, extraordinary, and it was not a rule. And since the early 1840s, first permissions were given for traveling to the monks to travel around Russia. And it's not surprising that the first who received these permissions were the Athos abbots. We have evidences about petitions of the 1840s when Greek abbots from Greek monasteries received the permissions, arrived one abbot and two assistants, or one archimandrite and two assistants. And the way of receiving these permissions was very much bureaucratic, very strict. They had to write an application, petition on the name of the Tsar or the Synod, send it to the embassy in Constantinople. The ambassador gathered information, asking sometimes the local consuls whether the monastery really exists, whether it needs help or it is just a fake. And after he sent a request to the ministry, the ministry had a correspondence with the Synod, and in sometimes it took 1 year, sometimes less, sometimes more, the permission was given. Then the monks received passports, travel passports in the embassy, and the way was always the same. They took a boat to Odessa. From Odessa, came to Petersburg, had a reception at the Synod, rather It was not something special, it was rather modest. They received a book for writing down the donations and the permission normally for 1 year. After they stayed some time in Petersburg at a rented flat, they were not allowed to stay in the Lavrov Alexander Nevsky for a long time. Usually it was a rented flat, served services in a certain church where they were allowed, or on the invitations of some merchants or other persons who wanted to pray and gathered donations. After they moved to Moscow, did the same. In Moscow, naturally, they gathered much more money. And then a journey around Russia started. It was normally the European part of Russia. They almost never went to the extreme north or somewhere else. It was the central Russian towns. Then they followed the Volga region with the rich towns there. Normally they stopped in Nizhny Novgorod at the fair where many pious merchants gathered and received a lot of money there. And of course, they liked very much to go to the South Russian towns of Taganrog and others where the Greek diaspora was installed and the Greek merchants who were, of course, ready to donate also. We have cases when the permissions were given especially for this southern Russian and nowadays southern Ukrainian towns because they just gathered donations from their compatriots. After the end of the first year, every donation, either money or objects, some garments or utensils and so on, should have been written down in the book. But nobody could control how many things they wrote down and how many they didn't. Of course, little by little, they had a certain circle of acquaintances and they tried to send as much as possible directly to their monasteries or to some people whom they knew, family members and so on. In the end of the first year, they came to the synod back, showed their books. The book was revised, whether it has some fake places or not. If everything was approved, they could receive a prolongation of the permit for 1 year more and very seldom for a third one. A prolongation for a third year was given on extraordinary occasions like fire or some earthquake, but normally it was 2 years. Before the Crimean War, no difference actually was made between the Slavonic or the Greek petitioners. Every monastery received a permission according to a list of waiting list. If there were too many, the synod could refuse and say, wait for some years when there is a free place, we shall allow. After the Crimean War, in the period of pan-Slavic policy of Alexander II, of course, the accent was made at the Slavonic monasteries and they were given much more permissions than the Greek ones. The donations from the synod directly, they were also the second point, they were also given of course, well, the synod had its own capitals, but normally they use capitals which were left by testaments by some pious people who left money to the synod, for example, for the help of the suffering Orthodox of the East, without pointing which suffering Orthodox in Asia Minor or in the Balkans or in the Arab lands. So the synod used the money as it was regarded necessary after, of course, after consulting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And for example, in the 1860s, a lot of money was given to the Bulgarian churches from capitals which were gathered for the Serbian churches before the Crimean War. It was not just a secret, it was written, yes, we take this money from this capital. Or from capitals left by testaments. Personal donations from the Tsar family, nobility, or pilgrims to the Holy Land. every petition of a grand scale, big scale action for donations like this of Pavel Tvertkovich started with the donation of by the Tsar himself. He could give, for example, 1,000 rubles, and some other members of his family other sums, and after other members of the nobility were invited to donate. We know the names of some people who donated steadily over big sums. It was Countess Anna Orlovich-Ismenskaya, of Count Adlerberg, the minister of the court. There were some noble women like Tatiana Borisovna Potemkina, who supported the Greek monasteries, and there is a list of such people who never refused when they were asked. But as well, the rich monasteries, the abbots gave donations, and after on their invitation, of course, in the churches, some boxes were installed, and people, everybody could donate something. Pilgrims to the Holy Land. Since the 1830s, the stream of pilgrimage to the Holy Land is renovated. It increased from year to year, and some rich Russians, on their way back, for example, they could reside for some time in Cyprus. And we know the names of at least two women who stayed in Cyprus for a certain period in Kikos Monastery, and the other one in I think it's Holy Cross Monastery. After they had contacts with the abbot, with the monks, and they asked her to help on her return home to Russia. She returned back and she organized gathering donations. Also, of course, after receiving a permit from the Synod, because everything was forbidden in an official way. But there were many cases when the clergymen or just ex-travelers to ex-pilgrims to the Holy Land tried to get the donations unofficially, and early or late they were caught by the police. There was a process and so on. We know some cases, the archives of the Synod, they contain a lot of examples which can be classified, of course, and but we shall never find out the real sums of the donations. This is clear for me. In the beginning, I tried to make some mathematical research to count, but after I understood that it is absolutely useless, because as well as the donations of the pilgrims to the Holy Land or to Mount Athos, of course, something could be written down, but most were not written at all. They were just given in the hands of the abbots, and in fact, we cannot count the percentage of what was fixed and what was not fixed. Probably most were not fixed, I suppose. Though we have a lot of documentation about fixed donations, which was received via the consulate in Jerusalem or the consulates in the Balkans, which is written down. Well, the fifth point is during the period after the Crimean War. It's a well-known thing, and there is a big bibliography on this topic, that there was Slavonic committee, starting with Moscow Slavonic Committee in Russia, who were gathering donations systematically. It was books and money, of course, first of all, money, after books, after church objects, utensils, garments, and so on, which were sent to the Slavonic churches. The consul in Adrianople, Stupin, was gathering information about the villages in Thrace and Macedonia, especially in Thrace, who needed support. The same was doing Alexander Gilferding in Bosnia, the priest of the Russian embassy in Vienna, Raevsky. We have for local churches which didn't have utensils at all, had only wooden utensils, so the service couldn't be served because they didn't have garments and so on. And after there were not only the Slavonic committee, there were other benevolent committees. For example, the Committee of the Noble Women, who have printed reports how much they gathered and how much they sent to the Balkans. And they were informed very well by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, where to send, how much together, what exactly was needed. It's written here, bell is needed, and there katapesma is needed, and so on. And the Slavonic churches after 1856, of course, were supported more. But the last point, which is in fact number 6 without number here, is which helped a lot was the foundation of dependencies in Moscow. But in neither of the Slavonic metropolitans could open a dependency in Russia. The monks of the Riva monastery in Bulgaria tried in the end of the 1840s, and they were refused. In fact, they were dependencies only of the patriarchs of the Jerusalem Patriarchate, the Patriarchate of Antioch, of Alexandria, a bit later in 1881 of Constantinople. And this was, of course, a very big support, which could the Archimandrits who stayed there, they had already a whole network among the local merchants in Moscow, and a big stream of money was gathered via these dependencies, and a lot of abuses is fixed in the archives as well. Probably. This and well, this I already commented on it. The next probably, yes. Yes. Well, about the geography, I already commented also, and we have some journals of taxidiots, which were examined by Tassos Kostopoulos in the article in the previous volume on our conference. He took 2 of them, by Miletius and by the Simonopetra taxidiots. And in fact, these are very, on one side, cynical, on the other side, honest reports of what happened in reality. And we see that the monks, they looked at their journeys as work. They said, here we worked well, we gathered that, and after they moved to another place, and what was the tactics? Of course, those who were like Miletius, for example, he of Mount Athos, also he learned Russian little by little. He served in Slavonic, which of course attracted much more people. Well, his example is especially interesting because after receiving 2 or 3 years permissions, of course, everything was finished and he had to return home. But after he returned to Russia as a merchant and started selling church objects of already SS provenance in Russia. So he showed himself as a good businessman. The Simonopetra monks, by the way, Tassos didn't mention that a few years ago we translated into Russian this text and edited in Moscow. They traveled already in the end of the 80s and beginning of the 1890s and received an additional year for their Taxidion because during their travel the monastery suffered from fire and was completely burnt out, and they were allowed to gather money for a 3rd year. And what else on one hand, the permissions were more and more, and especially for Mount Athos, which was a bit of mythologized in the consciousness, religious consciousness of the Russian people of the 19th century after the activities of Paisy Velichkovsky and following the Optina monasticism. And there were plenty of people who were ready to donate without thinking of where their donations go and for what it is used. And already since the 1860s, there were voices against the raise of permissions to taxidiots or allowances for any other sorts of donations. By the way, members of the Synod expressed such views. And also, for example, Archimandrit Antonin Kapustin, who was at that time in Constantinople, he also expressed a lot of doubt about the need of the increasing of these permissions. And of course, the diplomats, first of all, because they say it is exporting Russian money to foreign institutions, and we never know what would be the use, the political use for Russia from all this. That's why, but on one hand, there were voices against, but on the other hand, the sums which were invested in the Orthodox in the Balkans increased from year to year because they had to compete with the increasing sums for the missions of the Catholics and the Protestants. As we know from French archives, the sums which were given by the French government, by the imperial government or by the government of the Republic to Catholic institutions, they increased from year to year. To the Lazarists, to the Jesuits, for their schools, for their hospitals, and so on. And the only way to support Orthodoxy was to increase the money from Russia. How to increase it? Either in simple investing in the monasteries without control, which was dubious, as you can understand, or to organize an institution themselves. And this institution was, of course, the Palestine Society, which was completely controlled by Russia. Well, this is another topic. I will not imagine into it. So some restrictions were issued. Already since the 1864, only 4 taxidiots were allowed at the same time, 4 groups of taxidiots from 4 monasteries. The rest had to wait for their turn. Then in 1895, relics and other venerated objects, icons, were forbidden to be brought in Russia. And this was a great blow for all taxids because, of course, the thing which attracted the peasants, the simple people, were just the objects which were brought. And there were many protests, but of course, nothing worked. And the last is a bit beyond our topic, the secularizations of the estates of the Eastern monasteries in Bessarabia in 1873, which was done in parallel with what had done Cuza in the Danubian principalities a bit earlier. It was an answer to the Bulgarian schism, where it is a separate topic. I will not lose the time for it. So some conclusions. Well, and just 2 words about the political side of the topic. Of course, in the 19th century, the donations and the help of Orthodoxy had its strong political motivation. And this can be seen in the Kukush affair, in the presumably donations to the Slavonic monasteries in the 1860s and 1870s, or to those Greek monasteries who were running a school which had an influence on the population, or the abbots were supporting somehow the Russians. In every case, we can see a certain motivation in the, especially in the activities in what the diplomats, how they distributed the support. Of course, when it was gathered in Russia, most of the donations had absolutely, they didn't think of any politics. But after the help was received already in the Balkans or in Constantinople, some much more political motivations was started working. Though there were many doubts whether it would work as a whole scale as it was planned and so on, but of course it can be seen also the same things which can be read in the papers of the Western missionaries. Of course, nothing could work 100% as it was well. And finally, just a few words to conclude. So the church aid and the help for Orthodoxy became a major instrument of policy in the Balkans in the frames of the competition of the great powers in the Eastern question. It was aimed at strengthening Russian influence and counteraction to Catholic and Protestant propaganda. Sometimes not only to direct Catholic or Protestant propaganda, because there were cases of how I call it the struggle of the books. For example, Orthodox books from Austria could be brought to the Western Balkans, or Russian books. And the Russians, of course, were pushing that Russian books will be brought. The Austrians said, why? We bring also the same Orthodox books. They are not heretical. But the influence among the population came, of course, from the source where the books brought from. And the same from the typography, Slavonic typography in Constantinople, in Istanbul, or from Russia, the same case. Well, the permissions to taxidiots were given, issued after recommendation by the consuls. Sometimes they were refused, the monasteries, in rare cases, but it exists. They exist. And of course, preference was given to Slavonic monasteries in the period of pan-Slavic policy, and to those who were running a school and had influence on the population. Well, another interesting topic, very interesting, are the abuses of these taxidiots, but I have no time, and if you're interested, I can comment. There are some very detective stories how they were traveling in Russia, hiding for decades, and trying to maybe only one example. One abbot from Cappadocia, he stayed in Russia, and he managed to convince a whole circle of noble women who had the name Elena, and his church was named after Constantine and Elena of the monastery, to donate. They donated, and after he managed to enter a lot of state institutions and to receive a permission to put boxes for gathering donations in all railway stations. But this was already too much, and in the Synod they said, what is it? And after sent a circular to all these institutions to stop the abuse. But there were many other things where the police had to intervene. Thank you for your attention.
Our next speaker is Maria Lack, a PhD candidate in art history at the University of Frederick. She will talk about the Russian Catholic Church's monastics in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the second half of the night.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thanks to our hosts for this great hospitality there in this beautiful place. I'm happy because of Laura's presentation, because it is very connected with my topics. Okay, thank you. Russian aid to Bosnia and Herzegovina in the latter half of the 19th century was conducted systematically and organized through various institutional and non-institutional organizations and associations. Although the time frame of these events spans just over 20 years, from 1856 to 1877, this relatively brief period is rich with significant political and social developments. Several charitable organizations in Russia provided assistance to the Orthodox population in Bosnia and Herzegovina in various ways. The most important are St. Petersburg Charity Committee of Countess Bludova, the Holy Synod, the Moscow Slavic Charity Committee, which later established a branch in St. Petersburg, as well as aid channeled through the priest Mikhail Fyodorovich Rayevsky via Vienna. Archives contain numerous records detailing the methods and types of assistance that reached Bosnia and Herzegovina through these organizations. However, on the ground, it is difficult to identify many of these examples, as they were likely destroyed over time due to neglect and ultimately war. At the 1856, the Circle of Contents Antonina Bludova was then granted the status of an officially recognized organization known as the St. Petersburg Charity Committee. Through the mediation of Hilferding and proto-presbyter Rayevsky, the philanthropists Bludova, Vasilchikova, and Protasova were well informed about the conditions and situation of the Orthodox population in Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Old Serbia. From documents, we learned that Countess Bludova's organization provided assistance to the church community in Visoko, near Sarajevo, and also sent funds to aid the restoration of the Mileševa monastery. Princess Tatiana Vasilchikova, the assistant to Countess Bludova in organizing the work of the St. Petersburg Charity Committee, was a long-time patron of the Duji monastery. Records show that 1,500 rubles of aid were sent for this monastery. The hegumen of the monastery, Nikifor Dučić, appealed to her for help in 1861. Through the consulate in Dubrovnik, a bell was sent from Russia for the monastery's restoration. Additionally, through Hilferding, Dučić requested funds for an iconostasis. In 1870, Dučić expressed his gratitude to her for the charitable contributions to the monastery. It is also worth mentioning that Princess Protasova, in addition to providing educational literature, sent financial aid, church items, and priestly vestments for the church in Modrica, that is a place in Posavina, Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, despite the significant efforts of the St. Petersburg Charitable Society, this organization was criticized by Hilferding. He pointed out their lack of organization and the frequent sending of aid to the same locations. Their official activities ceased in the mid-1860s, although Countess Bludova continued to take an interest in maintaining Russian-Serbian relations, primarily through Metropolitan Mikhailo. Hilferding is presenting one of the main intermediaries for obtaining aid from the Holy Synod. Through the Holy Synod, the aid mostly came in the form of books. In October 1857, the Synod decided to send 20 sets of liturgical books to Bosnia with special bindings made for the Gospels. A list of books intended for churches, monasteries, and schools in Bosnia and Herzegovina is preserved in the Russian State Historical Archive. In addition to sending the necessary items for the clergy of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Synod's blessing and permission for travel in Russia to collect donations for the churches and the construction of new ones were of crucial importance. In February 1858, the Moscow Slavic Charitable Committee was established. That is a social organization aimed to assisting the South Slavic peoples, primarily those within the Ottoman Empire, in church, cultural, educational, and economic matters under the auspices of the Asian Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Examples of the charitable work of the Moscow Slavic Committee directed towards the area of Bosnia and Herzegovina are numerous. From 1868 to 1874, requests for assistance and mediation were sent to the Moscow Slavic Committee 55 times from this region. From 1868 to 1875, the expense reports indicate that Moscow's attention was redirected towards Bulgaria. In the process of sending aid to churches and monasteries in Bosnia and Herzegovina, an important role was played by Mikhail Fyodorovich Rajewski, a proto-presbyter and head of the church at the Russian embassy in Vienna, where he served for about 4 decades. He can be considered the link between all the aforementioned aid systems, important figures, and contacts. Most of the funds sent from Russia passed through him. The majority of donations from Russia went to Sarajevo and its surrounding areas, Posavina, the area around Tuzla, Herzegovina, and Sjenica on the border with Serbia. There is even mention of significant aid sent to the village of Lopije near Sjenica, with Empress Maria Alexandrovna donating 150 rubles in silver to the local Orthodox community. Although the mentioned organization greatly helped the Orthodox population of Bosnia and Herzegovina, there was still a certain level of disorganization in their work regarding the sending and distribution of donations. The most notable example of Russian aid to churches in Bosnia and Herzegovina is the interior decoration of the Cathedral Church of the Nativity of the Theotokos in Sarajevo. Following the changes brought about by the Tanzimat reforms, the construction of this monumental church began in Sarajevo in the early 1860s. The Russians did not participate in the actual construction. The prominent builder, Andrei Damyanov, and his team led the construction. The interior of the church features a large-scale iconostasis, which is entirely crafted by Russian artisans. The precise details regarding how the need for this iconostasis in the newly built church became known in Russia, as well as the route and organization through which the iconostases were transported to Sarajevo, have not yet been fully established. However, the preserved letters from that time are valuable and significantly aid in understanding this process. In the spring of 1871, 5 chests containing 73 icons, a throne cross, liturgical banners, and a letter from Ignatiy Malishev, the hegumen of the monastery, were sent to the Russian consulate in Sarajevo from the coastal monastery of St. Sergius near St. Petersburg. We learned that the imperial family contributed to the creation of the iconostasis, with the imperial's children donating some icons. Hegumen Ignati also expresses his satisfaction with the opportunity to create an iconostasis in the monastery without needing additional funds. At that time, the consul in Sarajevo was Alexei Kudryavtsev. He responded to Hegumen Ignati with great gratitude, explaining the positive feelings that this gift inspired among the Orthodox believers in Sarajevo. A valuable letter that Kudryavtsev sent to Peter Nikolaevich Stremoukhov, then a director of the Asian department, has also been preserved. From this, we learn more about the process of making the iconostasis structure and gilding. Masters from St. Petersburg were in Sarajevo, where they made the iconostasis structure and gilding. We also find mention of these masters in other sources, in Hadži Maksud Espić, Sava Kosanović, and in the work of Ksenia Melchakova, who used documents from archives of Russian foreign policy. The same masters were also engaged to make a gild, the pulpit, and the bishop's throne. Most of the aid to the Orthodox in the Balkans went through the Asian department, and the letter from Consul Kudryavtsev to Stremoukhov indicates that this time too the Asian department probably participated financially and organizationally in furnishing the interior of the cathedral church in Sarajevo. The iconostasis in the church in Sarajevo is monumental and luxurious. The master responsible for most of the work on painting the icons was the monastery icon painter Alexander Kolchin, who was certainly assisted by other painters. Everything was organized, supervised, and given his artistic education, assisted by Hegumen Ignati. Among the saintly figures, the Serbian saints, Simeon Mirbiring, Saint Sava, and Arseni should be highlighted, while among the Russian saints on the iconostasis, there were figures of Saint Alexander Nevsky, Prince Vladimir, Alexei of Moscow, Dmitry of Rostov, and Mitrofan of Voronezh, as well as the patron saint of the monastery, Saint Sergei of Radonezh, who, like Saint Simeon, had a place on the wall next to the iconostasis. The interior furnishing of the cathedral church in Sarajevo largely consists of the iconostasis, but also the pulpit and throne, as well as numerous necessary liturgical objects, books, priestly vestments, and processions, of which only a small number have survived. That established and highlighted the reputation and name of Russia as a strong patron of Orthodoxy in the Balkans. From the letters of Alexei Kudryavtsev to Hegumen Ignati and Stremoukhov, we learned that the gifts from the Orthodox faithful in Sarajevo caused tears of joy and sense of piety and religious reflection. We will see that Russia also made a significant contribution to the further furnishing of the cathedral church even after its consecration. Significant aid for churches and monasteries from Russia also came through the monks who traveled on fundraising missions to collect the necessary liturgical items and everything required for the functioning of the church and worship services. In this capacity, Herzegovinian monks Prokopije Chokorilo and Serafim Perović, as well as Sarajevo Archimandrite Sava Kosanović, traveled to Russia. After Sarajevo, a Russian consulate was also opened in Mostar in the summer of 1858. Among the main activities of the consulate was providing assistance to Herzegovinian churches and monasteries. Less than a year after the consulate's establishment, the third shipment of generous gifts, books, vestments, and liturgical items had already arrived from Russia. the renowned figure in the ecclesiastical history of Herzegovina was the monk Procopio Chocorilo from Mostar. With the help of Alexander Hilferding, his dream to set foot on free Christian soil, to offer his prayers in the sanctity of Russian monastery, and to seek alms from kind people for the impoverished Herzegovinian churches and monasteries was realized in 1858. Primarily, Chocorilo sought to raise funds for the construction of churches in areas where Catholic propaganda was gaining strength. From a letter published by Vladimir Chorovich, we learned that monk Procopio Chocorilo traveled to Russia to collect alms from devout benefactors for the establishment of churches in some small places in Herzegovina, as well as for the Grand Cathedral Church in Mostar. During his journey through Russia, Chocorilo achieved significant results. He collected 4,000 ducats, and shipments of donations from Russia continued to arrive in Mostars for a long time. The primary organizer of these gifts was Countess Bludova. Among the notable individual contributions were donations from members of the imperial family, Russian Imperial Alexander II and Empress Maria. The Empress sent an Archbishop's vestment for the Church of the Holy Mother of God in Mostar and donated 1,200 rubles for the girls' school in Mostar. In gratitude to this Russian benefactor, the chapel in the girls' school was dedicated to Mary Magdalene. Russia invested a significant amount of money in the construction of the monumental cathedral church in Mostar, which is very similar to the Sarajevo Cathedral with the same master builder, Andrei Damyanov. It is still unclear to what extent Russia was involved in the interior furnishing of the church. From old photographs of the church's interior and the iconostasis, it is noticeable that the iconostasis structure, as well as the artistic style in which the icons were painted, are very similar to the Sarajevo example. The church furnishing, including the thrones and pulpit, are nearly identical as well. It is known that Vice-Consul Ilarionov wrote a request to the Slavic Committee asking for a painter to be sent to decorate the iconostasis. However, Russia initially did not respond positively. It is also known that this request was repeated, but the outcome remains unclear. Additionally, Ilarionov suggested securing funds so that the same masters from Russia who worked on the iconostasis in Sarajevo could carry out the same work in Mostar. It is not known whether these requests was fulfilled, but the similarities between the carpentry work in Sarajevo and Mostar are evident. In the accounts of Haji Maxim Despić, when describing events related to the cathedral church in Sarajevo, there is a claim that the Mostar iconostasis was also made in the Trinity Surges Monastery in St. Petersburg. On the other hand, it is accepted that the iconostasis of the Mostar church was created by a painter from Petrovac, today Montenegro, Marko Bregović. The Church of the Holy Trinity in Mostar was completely destroyed during the war in 1992, so any subsequent conclusions about the iconostasis can only be made by true written sources. After the consecration of the cathedral church in Sarajevo, the church community was in debt. It was crucial to collect more donations in money to pay off the debt, as well as the necessary liturgical items, books, and vestments. After several unsuccessful attempts to get approval for collecting donation across Russia, Archimandrite Sava Kosanovic finally set off on this journey in October 1872. Kosanovic took with him the most significant relic from the old church in Sarajevo, the hand of Saint Tekla, and was accompanied by the prominent merchant Hadži Makso Despić. Great help in Russia was provided to Sava by the Moscow Slavic Committee and especially by Nil Alexandrovich Popov, who was in constant correspondence with Sava and worked hard to ensure that as many donations as possible were collected for Sarajevo. From various sources, we learn about the contribution that arrived at the Cathedral Church during the journey. Kosanovic himself testifies that he collected a beautiful collection of icons, garments, vessels, and over 2,000 sequins. Thanks to the relics of Saint Tekla, he was very well received in some parts of Russia and richly gifted, and sources also testified to some miracles that occurred. Thus, the nuns from Saratov sent a riza decorated with pearls and precious stones to the church as a sign of gratitude for the healing of the abbess after a prayer service was held over the relics of Saint Tekla. He was also well received in Kazan. There he collected around 500 rubles in silver, many church utensils, a mitre, an archimandrite's cross, and a mantle. Hadži Makso Despić mentions a shroud that Countess Vorontsova donated for the tomb of Christ. Nil Popov gave Kosanovic 2 shrouds, one for the Sarajevo church and one for the Vareš church, and Bishop Leonid gave him 20 copies of the Psalter. At the Cathedral Church in Sarajevo, a chalice made in Russia is still in use today. Based on the craftsmanship of this item and the inscriptions, it is assumed that the chalice was a donation to the church that Sava Kosanovic received during his travels. On the edge of the chalice base is written, SP Burg za upokoj Mariji, 26 January 1873. At the time the chalice was donated, Sava Kosanovic was in Russia, which further confirms that the chalice arrived through the Archimandrite. And here I will stop. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you very much. The last speaker for this session, Sofia Katopi, a member of the core team of the RICONTRANS from the Institute of Mediterranean Studies, an art historian who has worked on several research projects, including also the Museum of Contemporary Art in Crete. And Sofia will talk about treacherous times of treacherous monks, the 1894-1896 alms collection, Zitia, in Russia, by monks from the Arkady monastery. Keeping similar phenomena, similar categories, up to centuries later, in completely different contexts, but
Ναι, ναι. Επόμενο που δεν φαίνεται, προηγούμενο. Ναι.
So we're starting the session.
Okay, I am Can you hear me now? Yes, okay. All right, so I'm really happy to be here. in a third or fourth RICONTRANS conference, and but also a lot of you I met many years ago, about 10 years ago, when this whole thing started. Anyway, and also, okay, I will start with my presentation, and I should say also Laura Gerd's presentation. This is going to be something like an illustration or a case study of what you heard on the previous, on Laura's presentation. So, treacherous times or treacherous monks. When I titled this paper, I hoped that by the time of the presentation, I would have answered that question. Regrettably, I have not. The main reason lies in the scarcity and one-sidedness of the sources concerning the alms collection in Russia, which was organized by the abbot of the Arkady Monastery, Gabriel Manaris, and lasted a little over 2 years from August 1894 to November 1896. The Zitiya was fraught with difficulties at every stage. There were complications before departure, as the 3 previous attempts to organize a Zitiya for the monastery's reconstruction had failed. Once there, the stay, the traveling in Russia, and mainly the money collection proved very difficult for the aging monks, Manaris and his companion. And finally, upon their return to Rethymno, there were serious allegations of misappropriation of the funds collected. The primary sources used for this research are the 3 notebooks of Hegumen Gavril Manaris, preserved in the monastery's archives. They were written over the course of 20 years, and they contain detailed descriptions of the failed attempts to travel to Russia, incomes and expenses of the eventually successful journey, names of donors, and various topics irrelevant to the alms collection, poems, recipes, etc. The information was also obtained from the book of Bishop Dionysios Maragoudakis, titled The Holy and Heroic Arkady of Crete, which was written between 1911 and 1920, but was first published 70 years later in 1986. The section of the book that concerns the Zitiya in Russia relies heavily on Manaris' notebooks and on the narration of the events by the Hegumen himself to the author of the book. Maragoudakis, the author, joined Arkady Monastery at 17 and worked there for a year as an assistant to Manaris. After that, he was sent to finish school in Rethymno, then to the theological school in Khalki, and eventually to study in Moscow. Maragoudakis considered himself a protégé of Manaris, as the latter was responsible for a great part of his education. Consequently, many of the views that Maragoudakis quotes in his books are not objective, as they reflect his very high opinion of the Hegumen and Manaris and his admiration. Interestingly, Maragoudakis also maintained cordial relations with Manaris' longtime rival, Bishop Dionysios Kastrinogiannakis, and as we shall see later, the source of many of Manaris' troubles. As Manaris asserts, his ardent desire to travel to Russia and raise funds for the monastery's restoration was ignited by the news of the gunpowder magazine explosion during the 1866 uprising, which reached him in Istanbul during his theological studies. At the end of the 3-year revolution in 1869, the monastery was found in a tragic state. The surviving monks were dispersed, parts of the monastery were destroyed, and there was no money for the reconstruction. In his book, Maragoudakis quotes a letter allegedly written by Gavril Marinakis, the prior of Arkadi at the time of the uprising, addressing his nephew Manaris, who was thinking of returning to Crete in the summer of 1866. The hegumen's advice to him was to remain in Istanbul, citing the unfavorable circumstances in Crete, and should something happen to the monastery, and I quote, and the monastery were destroyed and everybody died, he, Manaris, should go on a fundraising mission to Russia to rebuild it. The letter's authenticity is questionable. What the letter describes as a possibility in the summer of 1866, in fact, occurred in November of the same year, leading to the demise of the prior and 100 monks, women, children, and men who had sought refuge in the monastery. The letter thus serves to prove that the Zitia in Russia was a wish and an order of the heroic hegumen to his nephew Manaris, thereby legitimizing the journey. In his notebooks, Manaris describes the challenges he encountered in his earlier attempts to go to Russia from the early 1870s and gives a comprehensive account of the third attempt in 1892. By now, he was himself the hegumen of the monastery, and he was determined to fulfill his long-time dream to travel to Russia. He sold some of his sheep and goats as not to burden the monastery with final expenses and left in May for Istanbul. Even though he managed to persuade the Russian ambassador Nelidov, the venture was cut short due to rumors and allegations pertaining to his association with the revolutionary bishop Parthenios Kelaidis in Chania. The Patriarch did not approve the travel license, fearing an escalation of the already tense relations between Crete and the Sublime Porte. While the Ecumenical Patriarch was adamant in his negation, the Grand Vizier granted the requested license. Manaris, though, was already back in Crete, but started to get ready again to return to Istanbul. But in the meantime, news of a cholera outbreak in Istanbul forced him to postpone the journey again. 1 year later, in the spring of 1894, he found out that there was yet another license to travel issued by the Russian embassy in Istanbul that was about to expire. Manaris had not learned about it because the Bishop of Rethymno had somehow withheld the information. We don't know why. Manaris, though, heard about this, so he ran to the Russian consulate in Chania. He pleaded and begged and convinced them for the renewal of the license. The Rethymnian government and the bishop agreed to allow the journey, but insisted for a second monk, Akakios Daundakis, that goes with him. They left for Istanbul on the 21st of June in 1894. The Ecumenical Patriarch Neophytos VIII agreed for the Zitia, but it took 2 more months to get all the permits, authorizations, the license for the second monk, etc. While in Istanbul, they also prepared for the practicalities of the mission, such as repairing the reliquary that carried all the relics that you see on the slide, acquiring warm cloth for the Russian winter, and reproducing photographs for the heroic hegumen Gavril Marinakis for distribution. They had Cretan products with them, such as cheese, oil, wine, and soap, to offer to those whose help they asked. Finally, grateful to the ambassador Nelidov, who made the dream happen, they sailed for Odessa on the 18th of August, 1894. They arrived in St. Petersburg 10 days later, where new bureaucratic hurdles awaited them. With the help of Archimandrite Procopius, they managed to overcome the new refusals by the imperial procurator Popedonoscev, and they got a 1-year license by the Holy Synod and the necessary alms accounting book for recording incomes and expenses. They were allowed to exhibit the relics for 1.5 months in all major churches of St. Petersburg and wherever they wanted in the rest of Russia. As we have seen by Laura's presentation, that was just 1 year before the total they stopped them to have relics, and they just in time they made it. Of course, they had.
Because of that, this ban was issued.
Sorry?
I'm just joking. Probably because of their visit, this ban was.
Of course, they had to hire an interpreter, and as they did not speak the language. With the help of the aforementioned Archimandrite Procopius, they managed to translate and print a pamphlet for distribution, explaining the reason for this Zytia, the story of the monastery, and the relics to be exhibited. They stayed at Kazansky Sabor, which was the first place to start the alms collection. Unfortunately, the detailed description of the notebooks stops after the first days in St. Petersburg. While the notebooks meticulously record income and expenses, they provide little insight into the challenges faced by the 2 monks during the next 2 years. Financial records show neat bookkeeping at first, but discrepancies emerged later, making it very difficult to trace all their transactions. However, we can follow the journey. They stayed in St. Petersburg until the beginning of December 1894, and then went to Pskov and Ostrov in December, and then in Kronzand in January, and Novgorod also in January. And they ended up in Moscow in February 1895. From there, they went to Razan. I don't know if I say my pronunciation in Russian is okay. And no, that was a little bit later. But they went to Penza in Razan and Penza in May, to Samara and Mons and Omsk in June, and to Tver that we saw before, and back to Moscow in August. Their first year, their first year proved financially extremely disappointing. We have no information what they did until December from August, when we find them in Odessa. But in all probability, they were trying to renew their license for the Zitia for one more year, which they succeeded doing. So from Odessa, we are now in December of 1895. They went to Sevastopol and Simferopol in Crimea in the first months of 1896, to Tagarong and Rostov in March and April, to Vladikavkaz and Krasnodar in June, and Tikhoresk in June, July. This part of the journey proved much more successful, probably because of the many Greek donors in the southern part of Russia. The notebook of the Alms collection contains the names of individuals for commemoration, but as you can see, with next to it there is the money that they donated. It is written, it is noted. But we also see that the names are written. There are Greek names, there are in Russian also, and there are different handwritings. These include, some of them are known names. There are some that give more money, but most of them, they give 1 ruble or 1 or 2 up to 5. And some are well-known personalities from the period in question, such as Varvakis and Skaramangas, we see there, or we saw before, the owner of the Morozov factory. Yes, now you can see the whole journey here. The death of Bishop of Rethymno, Ierotheos Praoudakis, in February 1896, and the subsequent election of Dionysios Kastrinogiannakis to replace him, signaled the commencement of new controversies. The new bishop promptly ordered the monks to return to Rethymno in March of 1896, yet as we saw, they remained in Russia until at least August of that year. There is no information about their whereabouts until November or December of 1896, when they finally made it back to Rethymno. Upon their return, Manaris faced accusations of misappropriation of the funds collected. They had collected a mere 747.5 French francs, a sum deemed insufficient for 2 years of fundraising. Personal animosities further fueled the controversy, with Kastrinogiannakis, a long-standing rivalry with Manaris, playing a central role. The bishop ordered an investigation focusing on the whereabouts of the money and looking for the bank they supposedly deposited it. An expensive meter ordered by the previous bishop was confiscated and never paid for, leading to a long dispute between the monastery and the bishopric of Rethymno. Manaris never got full compensation, his salary for the 2 years of absence, but Akakios did. The funds were never utilized for the reconstruction of the monastery as they had been the initial purpose of the Russian journey. Instead, they were allocated to settle the monastery's debt. Shortly after the 1897 uprising began, ultimately culminating in the intervention of the great powers and the establishment of the autonomous Cretan state in 1898. During this period, the discord between Manaris and the Bishop Kastrinogiannakis assumed a distinctly political dimension, as one was supporting Prince George and the other Venizelos, but the controversy between them, which had its origins in 1881, when Manaris did not support Kastrinogiannakis for the position of Rethymno, as he himself aspired to the post, but it seems that that also had political motivations. In 1902, Manaris was suspended by the bishop as a hegumen of Arkadi Monastery, and Akakios was elected in his place. Maragoudakis offers several explanations for the Zitia's limited success. He cites the monks' advanced age. They were 53. He was 53 at the moment. Lack of familiarity with the Russian language and ways of the Russian liturgy, and competition from other delegations as significant factors. During the same period, at least 5 other official alms collecting missions were active in Russia, representing monasteries from Cyprus, Macedonia, Trebizond, and Mount Athos. So I don't know if that is what they say, but if it was more than 4, it seems that there is something, someone is, I don't know, because from what we heard from the previous presentation, only 4 delegations were allowed at the time. Anyway, as Manaris asserted, those delegations had more impressive relics in silver reliquaries, and they offered icons and crosses to the faithful donors. In addition, there were unofficial alms collecting parties for Palestine, Mount Athos, but also for Russian monasteries. Finally, the local priests adopted a hostile stance towards the foreign collectors. In relation to the allegation of misappropriation, Maragoudakis believes that they may have generated a modest revenue for themselves for all the travels they went through, given that Russians typically offer gratuities to the carriers of holy relics in addition to their donations. It is very curious that neither Maragoudakis nor Manaris mention anything about buying ecclesiastical items, which we know from other sources. Oh, this is from other sources that they brought with them. Maragoudakis only mentions a very precious reliquary offered by a rich, pious Lady Lamina. And I have found only 3 mentions there. One mention about a donation of an icon with the Virgin and the Baptist, a frame and a candle or censer, and also some vestments. But we get a very different picture from a memoir of an acquaintance of Akakios published in a local newspaper much later, which contradicts the complaints about the unsuccessful Zitia. I quote this acquaintance. He was an acquaintance of Akakios, the companion of Manaris. From Russia, they brought great wealth. in addition to rubbles, they whole loads of sacred vessels, icons, gospels, candelabras, censers, most of them gold and with diamond ornaments. Expensive vestments and robes for all the monks and household utensils for all the cells. The Church of St. Constantine was literally abounding with brilliant, gilded, and diamond-encrusted votive offerings. Above all, the large candelabra, like small chandeliers, were impressive. I was a regular visitor to Arcadi for many decades, and every time when entering the monastery, I always stood in the church for a long time and admired the richness of the sacred utensils that made it shine all over. Of all the religious vessels and objects that Gabriel and Akaios brought from Russia, once they had taken care of the needs of Arcadi, the churches, cells, and monks, there was still some left over. These were given to friends of Arcadi, like porcelain plates with beautiful designs and enamel mugs for tea and coffee. According to the same source, all those items began to vanish in the 1940s. Today, none of this survives in the monastery or in the church. I located a Russian reliquary in the Arcadi, but it is definitely not the one that they mention in the notebooks, which they describe it as much more precious than this one. But from the same memoir, we also read that Akaios often told my grandmother and my father about his tour in Russia. He complained, when I was going around the neighborhoods and monasteries, making sanctifications and collecting rubles and vows, the hegumen was hanging out with the grand ones. One thing is for sure, nobody really liked him or trusted him, Manaris. Not the monks, not the bishop, not even his companion in travel, Akaios. Manaris came from a rich family and he must have been arrogant, but definitely very ambitious. Maragoudakis presents him as an innocent, sincere victim of his time. But on the other hand, the Zytia in Russia by Manaris looks like a very personal venture. He wanted to associate his name with the restoration of the monastery, with the restoration in the monastery. And we also, we have in the monastery some donations predating the Zytia by Akaios. You see some of these are by him. Finally, before I close, I have just to note a notable and really strange omission, in my opinion, in the records, which is the absence of any mention of the death and funeral of Tsar Alexander III, which occurred exactly at the time that they were in St. Petersburg. And there is no, it should be, I imagine that they should somehow note it in their notebooks, but there is no mention of it. Similarly, the records do not explain why certain items, such as the ecclesiastical artifacts and fabrics brought back from Russia, were omitted from the financial statement and the notes. And thank you. Yes.
I would suggest that
Questions, comments, talks, or on all of them? General ones.
First of all, I have to compliment all your presentations. They were really inspiring. For me, especially the one from Laura Gerd. I was wondering, do you have any informations, or did you have opportunity to see or read documents about monasteries from Kosovo? Because Kosovo and Metohija, because this is the territory of my interest, so to say. We know we have documents enough to know that the help of Russia was important. They helped build and restored many churches. We know informations about embassies, first in Skadar or Skutari, then in Prizren. Financial help was sent through these channels, and monks also went to Russia. And I wondered, on your side, what are the informations about that territory? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. What I can definitely say, there was a whole big story well documented about the Russian monks in Dechany monastery when a certain group of Mount Athos monks installed in Dechany since 1898, I think, or earlier. And I have a chapter in my book about it. There is a lot of documentation because there were only 1 or 2 Serbian monks, and after, under Metropolitan Nicephorus, I think was his name, about 20 Russian monks installed there. And they started a monastic community which lasted for 16 years about this, and it was financed by the Russian government. And only during the First World War they were forced to leave. Also, what else? Well, I don't have now in my head certain documents about the other churches, but there was a consulate in Mitrovica, and certainly some aids should have been received via this consulate. Well, I should think of it more. Thank you.
I don't know how it was. What is the image of that situation? But in our historiography, it is known as the question of Dechany, one of the most problematic,
there is a book on it, yes,
periods
know,
of the monastery. Yes, they fought against those Russian monks to expel them from the monastery, and actually the war helped them.
Well, you surely know the book by Dusan Batakovich about the Dechany question. And there is a building called Ruski Konak in Dechany, which was constructed exactly in those years. Well, and the future Patriarch Varnava, I think he was a a young monk in Deccan at that time, and when the Russians came there, they were surprised that, well, he's a young monk eating chicken and so on. What is it? Well, but after they installed there with their ethos, well, of course, there should have been a counter action, and it was 15 or 20 years ago when I was searching about these documents, and I remember that there was a pamphlet printed by the Życie abbot against these monks. Yes. Well, I have the text on it. If you want, I can send you. Because they received regular donations, regular financing from Petersburg. And from the Russian side, it was a measure to support Orthodoxy in that land and to support the Russian monks who were expelled by the Greeks from Athens, and they were increasing in number and getting richer and richer. And they had, it was a kind of daughter monastery of Mount Athos out of Athos. There were other like this in Syria and in Palestine, but this was in the Balkans. Thank you. Tvertkovich. Yes.
Did you heard? No.
Thank you for your question. Well, I don't know a lot about him personally. I know that there was a petition from the side of the Bosnian civil and cleric heads to the Russian Synod, and they delegated Tvertkovich to Moscow, and he stayed there a bit more than 1 year.
In what year? In what year? What year was?
What year was it? I should take my text to tell you. It was the beginning of the 40s, 1840s. He stayed 1 year in Moscow. After he left, but the donations continued being gathering, and it lasted till the Crimean War for many years, and it was enormous amount of help for Bosnia. Yes, but personally about him, well, I don't have a lot of information.
Thank you.
If there is at the moment no other question, I would have one for the first two talks, because it was addressed, the question in both. In the first, Laura Gert said that after the Crimean War, we have a move to a preference of the Slavonic monasteries. And in your talk, Maria, you said that there is also a shift from the Serbian to the Bulgarian monasteries. I wonder if this, in both cases, if it is only an observation based on the data, or if you have any arguments, any texts coming from Russian foreign policy that kind of give orders for such a direction, and with what kind of justification, if there is any discourse official on this.
I think in case of Bosnia, it didn't stop at 1868, but I found just they paid more attention to Bulgaria. And I think maybe it is more historical question, and you can get better answer.
Well, I can only agree. Well, the question of Pan-Slavism is a huge historiography, and it is well known. Well, during the Crimean War, there was 1,000 rubles, which is an enormous sum, in fact, which was gathered for the help to the war by the monasteries, nothing to do with the help to the Eastern Christians. And after the end of the war, Emperor Alexander II, he signed a decree that all the sums should be given for the churches of Bulgaria. And also before the war, there was a sum collected for the Serbian churches. And from this sum, not the whole sum, but from this sum, part was used for the Bulgarian churches. This is there is documentation on it. But of course, the support of the Western Balkans didn't stop because they had a very strong offensive from the Austrian side there and from Catholic propaganda. It should have been there should have been counteraction. So all these activities of Rajewski and Gilferding, it was not left without answer. The aids continued. The question is the proportion. The proportion probably is a bit more for Bulgaria in this year, yes. But not after the war. After the Rus-Ottoman War of 1877-78, everything changed. Everything changed. And we cannot say that in the 60s or 70s, the Greeks were not supported. They were supported, but much less. And of course, not with books, but only with garments, utensils, and other things. The Russian icons were not accepted in the Greek lands. We have documents about it, that they were heretic and so on. And even when Norov donated, he gave a gift to the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Cyril II, who was Russophile. He gave him 2 icons, and Cyril refused. He said, "These are not Orthodox icons. I cannot take them." And also the Empress Maria Alexandrovna, the wife of Alexander II, she prepared 1 cross for the church in Kotor, I think, or in Perasto. And it was also refused because they said there is a relief of Christ and it is a Catholic church cross. We cannot accept it. So there were many details in all this.
Sorry for entering again this discussion, but since it's a Bulgarian topic actually, and I should add to what Laura said, that there was a really very obvious reason for Alexander II to stimulate donations going from Russia to the Balkans to go to Bulgarian side. Since in the early stage of the Crimean War, the Ottoman government they suggested to give many Bulgarian localities, villages, towns, and so on permissions to build new churches or to restore older church buildings. And this was going counter to the claim of the Russians. They are the real supporters of the Orthodoxy among Bulgarians. And the Russians, okay, this was their answer, I think. And the Bulgarian national movement, which was church and cultural movement, of course, in combination with the deep political motives, of course. It was growing stronger and stronger, and it was obvious that the Bulgarian question will become the focus of the Eastern question during next years. And I think this is the obvious reason why the Russians did this. It was not something against the Greeks or Serbs, the Orthodox in Bosnia and so on. It's something coming or streaming from the reality on the Balkans in this moment.
It is a very interesting question at all, said. But I just want to add about this Dečani question. The reason for the Dečani question, that is the monastery in Kosovo. And there was the big, after Laura wrote the article, I'm sorry I didn't read, I read other documents. And after this, some kind of problem on the Montatos with Russian monks. The Russian monks actually didn't have some monastery, and monastery Hilander gave them some chapel and so on and so on. So in this kind of agreement, they gave them to lead the monastery Dečani on Kosovo. But after several years, they decided that Kosovo is also Bulgaria, and that was the part of this whole conflict on the Balkans about Macedonia. You know, Macedonia is Bulgaria, Macedonia is Serbia, Macedonia is Greek, and so on. And then so you have that one conflict that is Bulgarian, Serbian, Greek, Vlachian, and no conflict on the Balkans, and you have Russians, and the Russians are on the Bulgarian side. And in our case, on the case of the monastery Dečani, that became very important. And then we have the whole state action. Whole state, one of the main action or political action was how to take out Russian monks out from Dečani, but the problem is they're on the Ottoman territory. And in the end of the World War I, everything finished. So that is before that.
Just one slight remark about Kosovo. In all reports by the Russian diplomats from Mitrovica, it is written Mitrovica, Albania. By the way, so the problem started not yesterday, but it started in the 19th century.
I think I agree with this, and I think that it will be very good in Serbia just to publish today documents that people can read and not live in illusion.
If there is no question, I would have one last one for Sophia. Perhaps you said it at the beginning and I missed it, but I would like to ask, because it's very late date, how obvious was it in the 1890s that for the needs of the monastery of Arkadi, they would choose Russia? Was there in the past, are there relations recorded of the Arkadi monastery to Russia in the decades before the destruction and before the rebellion? And how, I mean, how did the idea come up to Gabriel?
I'm not sure if there is something before that, but with the letter I mentioned, which the Maragoudakis says that he had it, he had seen it, and he gave it to the Bishop of Crete, but 70 years later. Anyway, this letter, I think it's fake, but it is this idea that the help will come from Russia, and that is, and it's all these expectations about the Russian help because in Crete there were continuous revolutions every 10 years. So I think it has to do with that, the idea that the help will come from there and they are the only ones that can help us. And that's why I'm saying also this letter seems really interesting. How can the abbot of the monastery describe exactly what will happen 6 months later, and also say that if this happened, please go, you will go to Russia for a fundraising. I think I don't know something, and also there are a few of them that are going to study there. So there is this, there is also this, there are this, because also Maragoudakis went to study, and
where exactly did he study?
In Moscow. Yes, the one that writes the book, yes. And then after he was also for about 10 years in Jerusalem. And so, and after that, he came back to Crete. I don't know.
sorry, I have, in fact, I have many questions to Sofia, but just one or two I will ask now. First, the first question is whether you are planning to edit to this document. It would be interesting.
It would be interesting, yes.
And it would be nice because we have certainly two Greek texts of this kind, and I think some Slavonic, but we should search. So an itinerary of the monks who are traveling around Russia, and it's impressive that they went to Siberia, because the only ones who went to Siberia before was Meletius, who went to Irkutsk and Kafta, which is incredible at that time. A complete exception. One went to Perm, I know, in the northern Urals. But and also what is surprising that in fact what is recorded that they gathered a very little sum of money. 7,000 francs is approximately 1/3 of what normally they gathered. Normally the ounce was between 10 and 20,000 rubles, which is much more. And also it's surprising, when I came the first time to Arcadia, I thought, and where is the result of this arms collection? Because normally Kasilikon was built with a painting, a building, a hospital and something else. And also all the families of the monks were supplied, of course, till the third generation with houses and so on, because it solved all the problems with the monastery for many years. The examples of the Ephesus monasteries show it. And some money was left to be deposited in a bank, and they lived with the interest later, and so on and so on. And here, almost nothing was done. This is surprising.
Yes, thank you for this. But really, that's why the allegations also, because especially in the first year, they really they collected nothing. The first year, which is in St. Petersburg and Moscow and all the, it is in the book, in the accounting, you see that all the expenses and are exactly the same with the incomes. So it is really it is a question, and because also we don't have we have different type of sources from the first year, where we have the incomes and expenditure. From the second year, where we have where they gathered some money, we have nothing like that, and we have only the names that I showed you, that they say this and that, but we don't have the expenses. So it is really, it is very possible that they took the money. It is possible that the accusations are true. But also for me, it's really different about the objects, because we have this, and it's not so old. It's some years ago. It's not that they say about all these beautiful things that they brought from Russia, and now there is nothing. So, well, the idea is that, well, with Arkady, it's the problems continue to this day. So there's always, because it's a rich monastery because of all this story and all this. So there are a lot of pilgrims going there. So there's in later years, there are monks that have gotten money and left and changed. So there are all these stories of also stealing stuff, but nobody really talks.
And which patriarch was who refused to give them the permission?
It was Neophytos. Neophytos in the but the first time he refused. Then his permission was not needed so much, and then they went behind him. Yes, yes, that is.
I see our time is maybe we continue the discussion.
Time is off indeed, but you can continue with the break. Thank you very much, all of you, for the 3 talks. About half an hour break to 5 o'clock, and we continue with the session then, the last for today at 5 o'clock.
Hello, Katarina?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, hello. Okay, you hear me?
Yes, wait a minute.
Okay.
Can you try the instructions that I sent you?
Yes, yes, okay.
Okay, it seems like it opens, but no, now we don't see the full screen. We see the before the full screen. So stop sharing again.
Okay.
Go to PowerPoint, put it in full screen,
Mm-hmm.
and then share on Zoom.
Ah, okay.
How are you? Everything good? We miss you.
Yes. I miss being there with you on the sun.
It's a nice, yes, sunny day here in Greece.
Okay. And now?
Just a second. Yes, exactly.
It's okay now.
Yes, move to the next slide. Yes,
Yeah.
excellent.
Oh, great.
Do you have a problem with your screen or are you good?
No, no, no. Everything is okay with me.
All right, excellent. So
Okay, we
we
have
can
it.
help you tomorrow again.
Okay.
We're going for a quick coffee. See you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Now, it's okay. Okay, good afternoon. In this last session of the first day of our conference, with the title Sacred Objects Out of Ritual Context, Russian Icons in Museum and Private Collections. The first paper is by Rumiana Decheva from the Center for Slavo-Byzantine Studies of Sofia University, St. Clement Okritsky, and the title of her paper is Remarks on the Preservation State of the Russian Icons and Religious Art Objects in Bulgaria. There is a little modification.
Yes.
In the title.
Thank you. First, I will. I will thank to Juliana, Katerina, all the organizers, and I'm happy to be here with all of you. So, the ways in which the object of where pressing where to here.
Try.
Yes, thank you. So, the ways in which the objects of Russian religious art reached Bulgaria are different. Some arrived with the old believers who are building new homes for their faith. Others were brought by soldiers and their commanders during the Russo-Turkish Wars. In memory of the Russians who died in these wars, memorial churches were built and supplied with iconostasis, icons, furnishing, and church vessels. There are such churches near the places of the greatest battles. Long before the liberation of Bulgaria from the 5th century Ottoman rule, books in Church Slavonic language were delivered from Russia and Ukraine for the needs of the liturgy in Bulgarian churches. Relations between Bulgarian and Russian clergy date back centuries. And here you see on the left a document and this Ostrog Bible, and also this manuscript, objects from my conservator's practicing, and the restoration of the Apocalypse is actually my work related to the RICONTRANS project. Some icons reached Bulgaria. Some icons reached Bulgaria as gifts, others as family possessions. During the socialist time from 1944 to 1989, the Bulgarian state took special care of the monuments and churches related to the Russo-Turkish Wars, but many other churches housing Russian icons have been left to the care of the local clergy among a population forced to abandon church life. In the depopulated villages, many churches are abandoned to their fate. Atheistic upbringing encourages theft and desecration of temples. Many of the icons have been moved to storage in local metropolises, museums, and galleries, while others have been destroyed or stolen. After 1989, the trend of depopulation of small settlements continued, but freedom of religion gave impetus to restoration of churches and care of their inventory. Today, Russian icons are kept in state museums and galleries, in churches, and in private collections. In most major libraries, there are valuable Russian manuscripts and representative collections of Russian old printed books. Among them are the libraries of some monasteries, Rila Monastery, Troyan Monastery, etc. Some institutions possess collections of graphic works, which include Russian prints and lithographs. About the museums and galleries. These institutions offer the best conditions for the preservation and research of objects of religious art. Inventory books contain information on where a particular object originated and how it was acquired, including cases of donations, purchases, or stolen objects handed over to the museums by the police. In this way, a picture of the development of society in a certain period can be built up. For example, in the second half of the 20th century, a group of inhabitants of the Old Believers village of Kazashko offered the Revival Museum in Varna, part of the Regional History Museum, to purchase Russian icons and metal relief icons owned by their families. Thanks to the funding opportunities at that time, several valuable icons and religious objects have become property of the museum. They have been taken care of and some have been restored. Nowadays, the owners of such artifacts usually contact private collectors first. Therefore, these works of Russian religious art rarely have a chance to be seen and studied. Most museums and galleries, despite all financial difficulties, are working to improve the conditions for preserving and exhibiting Russian icons along with other holdings. The icons have been inventoried, some have been digitized. Particular attention is paid to Russian icons in museums in cities where there were battles during the Russo-Turkish War of Liberation, such as Pleven. There, in the Panorama Pleven Epopee of 1877, part of the Regional Museum of Military History, objects of Russian religious art are preserved and exhibited with great professionalism and care. The presence of a restoration laboratory usually positively affects conservation efforts by restoration, intervention on endangered objects, planning restoration measures, maintaining temperature and humidity conditions in exhibition areas and storerooms, and conducting disinfection and disinsection. However, not every museum or gallery has such facilities or specialists. Currently, the Ministry of Culture announces funding sessions for restoration and creation of modern repositories and exhibition areas. In this way, it is possible with well-motivated projects to provide funds for professional maintenance of the collection by licensed professionals, in this case, restorers. It is noteworthy that the collections of Russian icons in Bulgarian museums and galleries are not well enough surveyed. There is no interest in their research. This is probably due to the huge production of icons in the Russian icon painting villages, Vyatka, Huluin, Stjora, and many other icon painting centers. Restoration intervention for many of them is often limited to the mandatory measures such as disinfection and protective paper coating. It is also possible that unfamiliarity with the technology of Russian icons discourages restorers, especially of the younger generation, from restoring these works. In some ways, this position is more acceptable compared to working without sufficient knowledge of the original materials and technology of Russian icons, but a solution to the problem must be found. Good results would be obtained by organizing joint workshops and learning about the experience of Russian restorers. Unfortunately, the war in Ukraine interrupted the relations between Bulgarian and Russian specialists that had been built up over decades. But this process began much earlier, immediately after the democratic changes in our country at the end of the 20th century. After 45 years of totalitarian rule and development in the orbit of the Soviet Union, Russian culture and its importance for Bulgaria came to be profaned and significantly belittled. Most of the leading specialists in cultural heritage management of the recent past received their education in the former Soviet Union and trained their students and followers in this tradition. Nowadays, the education is mainly directed to Europe and the USA. There is no interest in establishing contacts with conservatory restorers from Russia. The progress in some Russian institutes in the application of modern scientific achievements in restoration, such as nanotechnologies, etc., is not followed. The current situation in cultural heritage preservation is a negative example of the influence of politics on scientific and cultural interactions. About the churches. After the liberation of Bulgaria from Ottoman rule, many churches dedicated to the memory of the fallen Russian soldiers were built. Others were already used during the war. This is in the case in the unfinished church of St. Demetrius in the village of Gorna Studena, which was located next to the headquarters of the Russian troops. By order of the Russian emperor, the church was provided with an iconostasis, icons, and bells. Today, the church has lost its former splendor. Some of the icons are damaged, and unauthorized restoration works are being carried out, such as the application of bronze on the original gilding of the royal doors and the restoration of one of the icons. Its current condition is the result of long-standing problems such as leaks from the roof, which have led to damage of the icons and the gilding of the iconostasis. Another problem lies in the fact that the icons are painted with oil paints. There are tearings in the paint layer and formation of large cracks as a result of the drying of paints and varnish. Here, careful planning of the restoration intervention is required rather than just partial measures. It should be noted here that this is a common practice, that those responsible for the churches, the Bulgarian Orthodox Church represented by the church board and the local metropolis do not have abide by the Cultural Heritage Act. This is especially true in smaller settlements where the law is disregarded, although any restoration work requires the preparation of a conservation restoration project and its coordination with the National Institute for Removable Cultural Heritage. Even when there is funding for construction and restoration activities under various programs, it is often insufficient because due to imperfections in the legislation, the restorers are subcontractors in the building companies. Often after the building conservation works, there is not enough funding left for the restoration of art objects in the church. Thus, works on iconostasis and icons is often outsourced to persons without the relevant qualifications. In many cases, this is also done of ignorance combined with a religious feeling and a desire for improvement. There are many such examples. The Church of the Dormition of the Mother of God in Malko Trnovo was reconstructed and furnished with icons and iconostasis with the participation of Russian soldiers who stayed there during the Russo-Turkish War of 1828 to 1829. In the 2010s, the local priest decided to repaint the iconostasis and varnish the icons. The intervention is disastrous. The iconostasis is painted with a highly glossy paint in bright colors. The icons are coated with a synthetic glossy varnish, which disturb their aesthetic appearance and is difficult to remove. Another example of unregulated intervention carried out with good intentions is the Church of Saint Athanasius in the village of Nikolaevka near Varna. In 1877, during the Russo-Turkish War, Russian troops were based there. The villagers decided to rename the village in honor of the commander-in-chief, Prince Nicholas Nikolaevich, who sent them icons, books, and money. Today, the small church is well cared for and houses a small museum, but the icons are treated unprofessionally, being restored by unlicensed restorers without a project coordinated with the National Institute for Removable Cultural Heritage in an unsystematic way, depending on the funds collected in the parish. In the design being damaged and the colored varnishes applied to the metal coatings are being removed, which again indicates a lack of knowledge in the technology of Russian icon painting. Unfortunately, this is the practice in many Bulgarian churches in smaller settlements. The oldest Old Believers Church of Pokrov, Intercession of the Mother of God, is located in the village of Tatarica, today part of the village Aydemir near Silistra. We can guess about its history by the information from the chronicle book of the church, which disappeared decades ago. On this chronicle book is based the information attached to the registration of the church as a cultural monument of local importance in 1974. According to these documents, the church was built in the 1770s, enlarged in the 1930s, and reached its present size in 1921. Today, the church preserves dozens of icons in the naos, arranged according to the Old Believer tradition. The iconostasis with 5 tiers is reaching to the base of the dome. Icons are also exposed in the narthex. The church owns 4 manuscripts, several rare old printed books, and 2 valuable shrouds. Most of the icons date from the 19th century. They are also from the 16th century and from the 17th century. They were mainly made in Starodube, Vyatka, in the Vladimir icon painting villages, Mstyora, in Central Russia, and in Lipovan workshops for all attribution, I think, Natalia Kumashko. The condition of the icons varies, especially damaged are the iconostasis icons of the 2 Apostles' Row, in which water directly flowed during rain before the last roof repair. Many of the icons in the church and all festive icons of the iconostasis have a recessed panel. The panels are made of 1 or several boards stabilized with different types of crossbars. They are counter crossbars, empire crossbars, hidden splines, usually horizontal. The panels are made of linden, poplar, and other softwoods. Usually the crossbars are oak or other hardwoods. The paint layer on some icons includes gilding and other metal coatings, often engraved. The condition of many of the icons requires urgent restoration intervention, but this is not possible due to the unclear ownership of the church, even though it is declared a monument of culture of local importance. Only the owner of the church, usually the local metropolis, can apply for state funding for the restoration if the project is approved by the National Institute for Removable Cultural Heritage. The local Old Believer community is making efforts to be an officially recognized religious denomination, so far without success. Due to these administrative problems, it is not possible to plan legitimate restoration measures. Very interesting icons are also kept in the Old Believers Church of Pokrov in the village of Kazashko. The village was founded in 1905 on the shores on Varna Lake. In 2007, the building was renovated with the financial support of the Russian consulate in Varna and private donations. Most of the icons date from the 19th century, but there's one from the 17th century. And it is forbidden to take pictures in the church. That's why what you see here, private possessions from the villagers, from the people from Kazashko. The icons were made in the church in various icon painting centers, Starodubie, Vyatka, Vladimir icon painting villages, Stiora, Central Russia, Ural, Romania, in Lipovan workshops. In terms of the technology of their making, they represent different traditions. Many of the wooden panels have a recessed shape made of one or more boards. The wood is linden, juniper, cypress, depending on the local tree species. The stabilization of the panel is made with counter crossbars of different shape and method of embedding. There are also horizontal hidden splines located at the top and bottom edge of the panel. The condition of the icons is not good. In many of them, the wood is damaged. The crossbars are missing, the panel is deformed. The painting layer is missing in places. The humid climate in the area contributes to the poor condition of the icons. Some of the panels are painted on the back, others have frames nailed on. In the church, there is a musical manuscript and valuable old printed books. In Bulgaria, there are several churches built to preserve the memory of the fallen Russian soldiers. The first memorial church dedicated to Saint Alexander Nevsky was built in 1879 near Yambul and consecrated in 1884. The iconostasis is from Russia, and some of the icons were made in Kievo-Pечorska Lavra. Nowadays, the most icons painted with oil on canvas are not good preserved. The memorial church in Shipka Monastery is not far from the site of the heroic battles. The architectural restoration of the church is funded by the Bulgarian and Russian states, as well as private donations. The iconostasis was made in St. Petersburg, and the icons were ordered in the Russian monastery of St. Panteleimon on Mount Athos. It includes representations of many Bulgarian saints. The iconostasis and icons have never been restored and are still in excellent condition. This is due to the quality workmanship typical for the icon painting workshop in the Russian Atonite monastery. Icons of the same origin are in the collection of the Regional Museum of Military History in Pleven. The icon of Saint Panteleimon makes it possible to view the face and back of the icon, to assess the quality of the paint layer and the panel, as well as the crossbars used in the shape of a goosebeak, in this case made of oak, while the panel is of cypress. The icons and iconostasis of the chapel of Saint Kirill and Methodius at the Church of Holy Trinity in Russia, consecrated on 16 March 1886, are distinguished by similar high quality. They are made in Troice Sergiev Lavra, Saint Trinity Sergius Lavra. Despite some damages to the paint layer and gilding, the icons have reached us in a very good condition without any restoration intervention. Another example of an exceptionally high quality iconostasis is the Church of Pokrov in Sofia, built in 1922 to 1925. The iconostasis icons in church vessels were bought by the building committee from a Turkish pasha. Originally, they have part They were part of the Church of Saint Panteleimon to the Russian hospital in Constantinople, built with the assistance of Count Ignatieff in 1875. The iconostasis was made in the Russian Atonite monastery of Saint Panteleimon. The icons were made in the icon painting workshops of the Beozersky skit of Saint Nicholas on Mount Athos. The iconostasis and icons have recently been restored. The restored gilding was regained its original splendor. Many other churches boast icons and iconostasis from Russia. Among them is the Cathedral Church of the Dormition of Mother of God in Varna. In 1901 and 1904, Tsar Nicholas II donated small and large icons for the iconostasis. In the Church of Saint Nicholas in Tutrakan, there are royal doors made in 1893 in Russia. They were indented for the cemetery church of St. George, but the Secretarius Ignatiy Chernev redirected them to the Church of St. Nicholas. An interesting example is the iconostasis of the Russian Church of St. Panteleimon in Knyazhevo, built in the 1930s to the House of Disabled White Guards. It is painted on canvas and apparently once belonged to a military field church. And some observations on the technology and conservation issues of Russian icon painting based on these objects. As stated above, the poor condition of some of the works of Russian religious art in Bulgaria is mainly due to improper storage and unsuitable climate conditions. In the case of icons, the technology of their making is of great importance. It involves preparing the wooden panel, applying ground, metallic coating, paint layer, and varnish coating, usually oliva. Each of these actions has a consequence for the durability and condition of the icon after many years. About the wooden panels, it is made of one or several boards depending on the size of the icon. The selection of the wood, usually from local species, is important, as is the season in which it is sown. Depending on the cutting of the boards relative to the grout rings, the panel may warp. The closer the cross-section of the board to the middle of the trunk, the less the possibility of warping. The assembly of a multi-board panel is also done to avoid warping. It is preferred that the shrinkage is done from the back of the icon. The wood is protected with crossbars, especially for larger icons or icons with a panel composed of 2 or 3 boards, while the wood for the panel can be of linden, poplar, cypress, juniper. For the crossbars is usually used hard oak wood. The shape of the crossbars varies. Usually 2 opposite wedge-shaped crossbars are installed. With small icons, there may be only 1. Crossbars may be profiled, empire, goosebeak, etc. They may be flush with the back of the panel or extend above it. There are also hidden crossbars set into a channel through the panel. Another type are splines, torcivishpong, embedded horizontally in the groove top and or bottom on the panel, but vertical ones are also found. The joints in a multi-board panel are reinforced at the back, usually with dovetail inserts, but we have also seen the use of metal staples. On the face, the board may be flat or have a recessed panel kovcheg. Unlike in the Balkans, where after the 17th century, it is difficult to find a recessed panel. Russian icon painters continued to use a kovcheg, often in a double one, throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. The surface of the frame can also serve as a painting field. about ground painting and varnish application. Before applying the ground, a canvas is glued to the face. It is noteworthy that on later and mass-produced icons, instead of the entire surface, canvas was glued for economy only in the places where the boards in the panel join together. Even some icons have paper strips used for this purpose. It is in these areas that the later movement of the wood is as a result of shrinkage or standing in a humid environment. The paint layer and the ground are not stable and detached from the surface. Many of the Russian icons are painted on gilded ground, often with engraved ornaments. Gold was mainly used in the old icons. Sometimes silver or other metal alloys of the same color are used for economy. This is common in the 19th century Russian icons in Bulgaria. A colored varnish can be applied on top to imitate gilding. This varnish should not be removed during restoration because it is part of the original appearance of the icon. The technique is mostly classical with tempera paints and egg binder. Iron gall inks is sometimes used for the fine details and text. In later icons, the oil paint technique enters. It allows for very smooth transitions between colors and modeling. In some icons, the application of varnish causes the oil paint layer to tear over time. Often, this is due to the faster drying of the varnish compared to oil paints on the paint layer, the use of asphalt lac as a paint, the addition of secatives in the oils, etc. Traditionally, Russian icon painters used ulifa, a varnish based on linseed oil. Especially on later icons, it is possible that other oils and resins have been added to the varnish, making it very difficult to remove during restoration. The removal or thinning of the varnish is approached after careful analysis of the degree of darkening or destruction of the original varnish, the presence of colored varnish on the metal coating, and the original coloring of the icon. The specific technological characteristics of the Russian icons discussed above suggest a thorough analysis before proceeding to their restoration. It is recommended to work in an interdisciplinary team, including art historians and researchers, applying non-destructive methods of analysis of the materials involved in the process of making the icons. We hope that the Reconstruct project will give impetus to the study of Russian religious heritage in Bulgaria. Thank you.
Thanks to Umiana Decheva for her presentation. Can proceed at the next presentation of Anastasia Drandaki. Anastasia Drandaki is professor at University of Athens and collaborator at Museum Benaki. The title of her presentation is Studying and Exhibiting Russian Icons at the Benaki Museum.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's really a pleasure being back here after several years when we had the kickoff meeting for RICONTRANS. And of course, the warmest thanks to Juliana and also to Katerina, who right now is helping me with the PowerPoint. So I will begin with, oh, I won't begin. I will wait. Anyway, I will begin because I don't immediately need my PowerPoint. I will begin with an anecdote. Okay, here we are. The systematic engagement of the Benaki Museum team with the Russian artworks in its collections had a somewhat unorthodox and rather unpleasant starting point. In the autumn of 2017, as Juliana and I were in hectic preparations for the opening of the exhibition Religious Art from Russia and Greece in the Benaki Museum, the director of the Byzantine and Christian Museum of Athens refused at the last minute to lend the Benaki Museum renowned Russian works from its collections. This was despite the relevant entries for the exhibition catalogue having been written and the museological planning of the exhibition fully completed. This unfortunate last-minute development, occurring too late for us to seek additional loans from other institutions, compelled us to attempt to fill the exhibition gaps by rummaging through the Benaki Museum storerooms and nooks in search of any previously unknown Russian artwork to complete the display after the lack of such fantastic objects from the Byzantine Museum. Anyone who works in a museum knows that excavations in the storeroom can sometimes be more productive and fruitful than systematic digs at archaeological sites. This was also true for the Russian religious works at the Benaki Museum. Those previously unknown works, retrieved and exhibited for the first time in the 2017 exhibition, brought to light several scholarly issues in the documentation of the Russian icons in the collection that had previously been overlooked by research beyond the basics of cataloging. In other words, I found myself confronted with a series of questions that had never crossed my mind as a curator of the collection, as Russian art had implicitly and unconsciously slipped outside the horizon of my interests. The questions that emerged from this almost incidental rediscovery of Russian artifacts in the Benaki depot largely shaped the objectives of the museum's research team in the framework of RICONTRANS, which moved along three interrelated but distinct directions. The primary focus of our research questions concerned the materiality of Russian works alongside reconstructing the temporal and spatial context of their creation, as well as the successive stages of their biography leading up to the moment of their musification. The lack of knowledge and sufficient literature on Russian icons created significant difficulties regarding dating and attribution to workshops and regions, as the designation work of Russian art was the only label accompanying the icons. In this research stage, which is the foundation of any historical and art historical analysis, we would not have completed the task without the assistance of our colleagues from RICONTRANS, who provided their knowledge and expertise. Apart from the constant and invaluable support of Juliana Boycheva, most of this expertise was offered by Daria Reyes, who systematically transcribed, translated, and documented the inscriptions of the works in synthesis in an exemplary fashion, and by Natalia Komashko, who, along with Juliana, guided us on the dating and attribution of the works during long days they spent at the museum together. A significant challenge for our understanding of Russian icons in the Benaki was the lack of data concerning the materiality of the works. What materials and techniques were employed in their manufacture and decoration? How do these compare to contemporary icons produced in Greek workshops, for which substantial information has been gathered and expertise developed regarding their handling and conservation? And these are similar considerations as the one just discussed by Dr. Decheva before my talk. What insights can we obtain about the level of knowledge or the intentions of the commissioners as evidenced by the materiality of the objects? How have the interventions or alterations that these works have undergone throughout their lifetimes been documented? And in what historical context can these interventions be explained, and how should the museum address the testimonies of the objects and adventures today in its display? These inquiries were the focal point of research conducted by two teams from the Benaki Conservation Lab, one from the Department of Icon Conservation and the other from the Department of Metal Conservation. I do not intend to elaborate on my colleagues' research, which is detailed in the forthcoming publication from the museum. What I wish to highlight here is the critical role that technical study has played in enhancing my understanding of historical questions concerning Russian icons and their artistic trajectory and the artistic trajectory of their production, whilst also considering the developments occurring concurrently in Greek icon workshops. I'm especially interested in the historical question regarding the artistic and technical dialogue between these two orthodox spheres, the Greek and the Russian, with their various centers of icon production. This line of inquiry appears to be particularly relevant as Russian icons were increasingly entering Greek Orthodox space from the 17th century onwards. This influx led to significant iconographic, stylistic, and technical exchanges between Greek and Russian workshops, rendering the topic highly interesting. Among other aspects, one part of the technical study conducted at the Benaki Museum focused on the various gilding techniques used on Russian icons from the 18th and 19th centuries. The research carried out by Lenia Farmakalidis and her team from the Department of Conservation at the University of Western Attica documented different gilding techniques and materials applied to Russian icons in the museum, which were sometimes even used in combination on the same panel. The composition and technique of the gilding were found to be consistent with the artistic intentions and purchasing target group of various Russian production workshops. For example, it was not surprising, but rather a confirmation of our knowledge, to technically discover that a number of mass-produced icons, primarily from All Believers workshops, utilized not gold leaf, but a cheaper silver leaf, or even cheaper alloys, which had then been treated with colored varnish to create the impression of luxury imitating gold. And here are some such examples of a very well documented huge class of icons, mass-produced icons using these cheaper metal alloys. From the perspective of dialogue and exchange within an expanded and polycentric Orthodox world with multiple centers of icon production, certain developments in gilding and the decorative techniques applied to Russian works are particularly noteworthy. On many icons, decorative motifs on the metal leaf have been executed using this sgraffito or engraving technique, but also punch decoration. But while punch decoration has a long tradition in icon painting, dating back to medieval times, to the 13th century, sgraffito and engraving motifs are more modern decorative solutions, and interestingly, appear almost simultaneously in Greek icons as well. The first example I will show you is an 18th century icon from Mount Athos, depicting the enthroned Virgin and Child with Saints Demetrius and Nestor in a somewhat stiff and linear configuration, one next to the other without any real interaction between the figures. Despite the extensive damage to the painting surface, the primary characteristic of this work is the dense decoration with diverse designs applied in sgraffito on the figure's garments, bestowing the small and rather unassuming icon with an illusion of luxury. Here, all these areas, it is truly damaged, but all these areas, all the decorative motifs are executed in sgraffito. The garments are painted over gold leaf, and then the pigments are partially scraped away to reveal the gold leaf beneath, creating various decorative designs in striking contrast of color with the pigment. The technique can be traced back to Russian works of the previous century. The process of sgraffito, which involves carving pigment covering metal leaves, is indeed costly, particularly when gold leaf is used instead of other metal alloys, because they need to use larger portions of gold leaf. However, its application is often more mechanical and repetitive compared to the painstaking, delicate, and varied gold striations achieved with the use of varnished gold leaves seen on earlier Byzantine and Italian icons of the medieval period. Now, this medieval technique, the traditional application of varnished or unvarnished gold leaves, continued to be applied rigorously by Cretan and Ionian workshops well into the 18th century. And by this I mean that this new technique was not widespread in those areas, but only I located it on Mount Athos and Macedonian areas. So this new gilding technique, which I suspect may have originated in Russia, facilitated the creation of a significantly richer decorative effect featuring rosettes, lines, rhomboidal designs, and so forth, which appears to have been de rigueur in the aesthetics of icons within the Orthodox world during this period. While exploring the open-ended dialogue between Russian and Greek workshops and the diverse eclectic artistic output that emerged from this conversation, I cannot but comment on the icon of the Virgin and Passion you see on the left, which is, I think, of particular interest. A 17th century Muscovite icon adapts with variations a Cretan iconographic scheme, adapting it to the style and technical solutions of the local Russian idiom. So this was a two-way route, an open-ended dialogue between Greek artistic centers and Russian centers. And I think one of the most striking examples is the one Juliana showed us earlier today with this Russian icon with the evangelist John and Prochorus in the Cave of the Apocalypse, which repeats beautifully a Cretan iconography created towards the end of the 14th century, which traveled to Russia. And I think that we should consider more and study better how these travelers, these taxidiote, going for zitias, for alms, to between the Greek and the Russian world, were also carriers of iconographic themes or technical solutions. So this is another avenue for research. Now, another example of the same process of exchange and shared artistic considerations and technical solutions is offered by a pair of imposing despotic Greek icons from Epirus, of which you see the Pantocrator on the left. Now here, the garments of the enthroned Christ, shown in detail in the photograph in the middle of the screen, are adorned with shell gold. Painterly golden highlights are made with metallic dust mixed with a binder in place of the traditional gold striations, which are applied with varnished or unvarnished gold. This technique of gilding garments by applying gold dust, much like any other pigment, became widespread in Russian icons from the second half of the 17th century, following the groundbreaking and influential work of Simon Ushakov and his students. In Ushakov's paintings, characterized by his softly modeled figures, the garments are highlighted with a plentiful use of broad gilded surfaces to which, rather than gold leaf, gold paint mixed with gum arabic was applied with brush. The same gilding technique is found in the Benaiki pair of despotic icons, precisely dated to 1733. The skilled Epirot workshop that created them fused the Byzantine tradition with modern decorative and technical solutions in both the background and the garments. Aside from the gilding technique on the garments, the Greek icons share the same ornamental aesthetics for the background of the panels with some Russian works. Despite the different techniques, in the case of the Epirot works, the background is made of stucco in low relief here. The ornamentation with interlocking ogival patterns and anthemia is more or less repeated in Russian icons, reflecting motifs from sumptuous Ottoman and Venetian textiles. And another example here. I don't think it is a coincidence that solutions such as those I just mentioned primarily characterized workshops that operated either in regions of Greece that had close trade relations with the Northern Balkans and Russia, like Epirus, or were located in the great melting pot of Orthodoxy, Mount Athos. These regions were familiar with and appreciated high-quality Russian icons. These observations provide new insights into the ongoing dialogue and the potential adoption of technical solutions from Russian sources that have not been sufficiently recognized in research on Greek works. Within the Greek research context, for historical reasons I've discussed elsewhere, the category icon has primarily referred to the Greek icon as an autonomous artistic phenomenon, retaining anachronistic Byzantine characteristics while occasionally incorporating modern elements of Western European origin. Recent technical studies, the documentation of Russian icons, and the interpretation of their roots and reception in the Greek Orthodox space have, to some extent, challenged this entrenched and restrictive perception of Greek icons. As is well known, the central role of icons in cult practices and identity building of the Greek Orthodox communities, whether considered a work of worship or a collector's item, has often led to the Hellenization of the inscriptions accompanying Russian icons. In some instances, the intervention provided a definite solution, scraping off of the original Russian inscriptions and substituting them with Greek ones. This is the case of a fine 17th century triptych from the Stroganov workshops. I believe that in most of those instances, the reason behind this drastic change, the scraping off of the original inscription, this drastic change in the identity of the icons, or their nationality if you prefer, lies with art dealers aiming to attract the interest of Greek collectors. During the interwar period, when this triptych was acquired by Andonis Benakis' sister, Alexandra Horemi, to be later donated to the Benaki Museum, Greek icons had become a fashionable and highly sought-after collectible. They were infused with ideological significance as a crucial stage in national painting and associated with Greek religiosity, much like Russian icons had been for Russia since the second half of the 19th century. This ideological orientation and the high demand for Greek icons whetted art dealers' appetite for greater profit, resulting in the alteration or even falsification of the object's history and identity. However, in other instances, where the Greek inscriptions are merely overpainted, the two successive layers in the icon's biography necessitate special treatment by the museum to ensure that they are highlighted appropriately. Today, with the aim of conservation and museological display, focusing not on an uncritical restoration of the object's original state, but on documenting and preserving the traces of their journeys and adventures, it has been decided, wherever possible, to keep both sets of inscriptions visible, as, for example, in the case of this icon of John the Baptist. This treatment allows the successive phases of the icon's history to remain visible and urges the public to contemplate the icon's adventures. A second change that occurred to Russian icons' identity when transferred to Greek Orthodox environment was the loss of the special confessional statement they carried when created for a Russian audience that could and was interested in deciphering such theological messages. This observation applies mainly to the icons of the Old Believers, painted panels, as well as a multitude of brass cast triptychs, polyptychs, and crosses with enamel and gilding. The technical features of the host of brass icons in the Benaki collection have been thoroughly studied in collaboration with the museum's team of metal conservators, Depiko Zamani, Anthea Foka, and Maria Zacharia. Through their material, technique, and iconographic and stylistic conservatism, These portable metal icons asserted the religious identity of their original Old Believers audience. Interestingly, it was precisely these characteristics that facilitated their transfer to the Balkan region and their warm reception by the Greek Orthodox public. The conservative, repetitive nature of their iconography, their mass production being relatively inexpensive, yet conveying an impression of luxury through gilding and colored enamels, along with their generally small dimensions, resulted in the presence of hundreds of such works in churches, homes, and collections throughout the Greek world. In this new environment, the visual language of these works, rich with doctrinal nuances and religious political messages pertinent to the Old Believers milieu, loses its symbolic content, and it's ultimately reappropriated with a pan-Orthodox significance for the Greek public, finding a place in its religious practices and museums. The second inquiry that we focused our research on concerns the final stage of the biography of Russian icons, their musification, not only at the Benaki Museum, but also throughout Greece. The process of musification fundamentally transforms not only the context of their use, but also their very identity, shifting them from objects of public or private devotion into collectible works of art and historical testimonies intended for public discourse. In this new environment, they are embedded in an artificial yet meaningful context that addresses the priorities and inquiries set by curators and museologists regarding the historical past and its reconstruction. It is precisely our perceptions of the past, shaped by our academic training as art historians and curators, and the boundaries of scholarly fields that direct modern divisions between works that at the time of their creations coexisted smoothly in the same context. This is beautifully exemplified, as regards icons, in the case of the Chapel of the Burning Bush at Sinai, where in the 17th to 19th centuries, alongside the Byzantine mosaics, many Russian icons as well as Byzantine and Cretan ones hung against the colorful wall tiles from Damascus. A rich combination of colors and styles, multilingual Greek, Arabic, and Slavonic inscriptions, along with various woods and frames, created a vibrant and diverse panorama of icons that coexisted, establishing an Orthodox devotional space with a multinational character. By contrast, in the contemporary museum milieu of the 20th and 21st centuries, geopolitical origins and the language of inscriptions often serve as the primary criteria for interpreting objects and distributing them among different departments. And this brings me to the final research direction we have been exploring within RICONTRANS and one of our deliverables, the organization of exhibitions. How does a Greek museum engage with its audience today, conveying the knowledge, experience, and interpretations gathered from the systematic study of Russian icons? This question may seem straightforward, yet it is quite complex within the current political context. In 2017, when we first engaged with Russian works from the Benaki collections, rather hastily for the reasons mentioned above, the exhibition we organized marked the conclusion of the celebrations for the year of Greece, Russia. These celebrations included a series of significant icon exhibitions and events held in both countries. The Greek-Russian year followed similar annual celebrations previously organized between Russia and other European states, resulting in the orchestration of magnificent exhibitions, including the majestic Saint-Russie de la Russe de Kiev à la Russie de Pierre le Grand, held at the Louvre in 2010 during the year of Russia in France. In 2022, when the Benaki Museum organized the first of the two exhibitions conducted within the framework of RICONTRANS, the circumstances could not have been more different from those just 5 years before, 5 years earlier. The war in Ukraine, the elephant in the room overshadowing RICONTRANS and our research, has radically altered the international political landscape. It reminds us in the bluntest and most compelling way that while we strive to historicize and understand the cultural phenomena of the past, we are simultaneously historical subjects ourselves. The interpretation and negotiation of cultural heritage can never be approached in a sterile manner, detached from current political circumstances. Ultimately, the political dimension of religious art, which Juliana Bojčeva astutely placed at the center of our reflection within this project by using piety and propaganda in the subtitle of RICONTRANS, has proven to be not only remarkably timely, but also tragically incisive. On the one hand, for the Western world, Russia is caught in a cultural damnatio memoriae, where even its mention is meticulously avoided, especially in terms of icon exhibitions, a domain, icons I mean, that for many European countries has been more intertwined with Russian works than with Greek icons since the 19th century. Let me remind you, for example, that for modernist French artists and intellectuals at the turn of the 20th century, like Henri Matisse, Byzantine painting was identified with Russian icons, much to the dismay of Greek scholars of the period. However, under the present circumstances, this topic has become quite contentious. For example, the Ikonenmuseum Recklinghausen, renowned for its extensive and widely published collection of Russian and Greek icons, is now launching, the day after tomorrow, a new exhibition titled Icons in Between, Eastern Christian Art from Border Areas, Belarus, Ukraine, Romania, Western Balkans, Greece. The exhibition sounds exceedingly interesting, particularly for someone like me who despises academic boundaries. The concept of in-betweenness is especially appealing, and I would really appreciate the opportunity to visit the exhibition. However, I cannot help but wonder how and where Russia, with its countless centers of icon production, fits into this negotiation, and also how the center and borders bipole is defined in a representation of the Orthodox world through its cult icons. The other side of the same coin, namely the centrality of Russian icons in today's public space, has become quite pronounced within Russia itself. This is evident in the transfer by presidential order of Andrei Rublev's Hospitality of Abraham from the Tretyakov Gallery to the Moscow Cathedral, and in the forcible relocation of an emblematic icon from its museum environment to a cult space in order to facilitate popular pilgrimage amid wartime, a tested and successful practice of medieval Byzantine origins. In all instances, the political weight of ideologically charged religious works from the past warrants careful observation and reflection. In the two exhibitions I curated for the Beniky Museum under the RICONTRANS initiative, we focused on the reception and coexistence of Russian icons alongside those from other production centers in the Greek Orthodox context. We aimed to reconstruct the historical realities of the 17th to 19th centuries as delineated by the sources and the objects themselves that inform us of commissions, donations, and transfers of icons from workshops scattered over a wide geographical area. Icons traveled from place to place in ships and caravans, by land and sea, crossing territories belonging to different states and empires. Works made in various centers in Russia, Venetian Crete and the Ionian Islands, Ottoman Constantinople, the Pan-Orthodox Mount Athos, or the Aegean could be found side by side in monasteries, churches, and pilgrimage sites, as well as in the private icon niches that adorned and protected the homes of Orthodox Christians. The two exhibitions, one at the Beniky premises in 2022, and the other still open until the end of April 2025 in a beautiful restored Ottoman mosque in the city of Drama, aimed to reconstruct such a diverse ensemble of icons from this period.
Through the juxtaposition of works of different provenance, we wished to explore the stylistic and technical diversity of the icons that circulated in the Greek Orthodox space from the 17th to the 19th century. The concept of space was crucial. It was treated not so much as a geographical entity, but above all as a social construct that is consistent with the notion of community created by an Orthodox identity and shared by populations with different traditions, ethnic backgrounds, political allegiances, and language. The common Byzantine background created a shared legacy of iconographic subjects and technical solutions that were constantly being enriched in various ways in each center of production, without, however, disrupting the constants that allowed the movement of icons from place to place and their common use in the same place of worship from Russia and Ukraine to the Ionian Islands, Crete, and Asia Minor. The second part of both exhibitions, and the most successful one, I should say, was exclusively devoted to the technology and conservation of Russian icons conducted by our conservators under RICONTRANS. The objective was to share new knowledge acquired from our recent research with the public, while also allowing visitors to engage with the issues, processes, and operations of museums today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very much, Anastasia, for this presentation. It's now the last paper of the session, presented by Chrisardikou Tsikou, who Hellenic Ministry of Culture, Direction of Documentation and Protection of Cultural Goods. Our head title is The Russian Icon in the Greek Private Archaeological Collections.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for the invitation, and especially Juliana, who, knowing my interest in Russian icons, involved me in the RICONTRANS project. The starting point for my involvement with the subject of the Russian icon was a remark that I had already made with some surprise in the early years of my work as an archaeologist at the Ministry of Culture's Department of Private Archaeological Collections and Antique Shops. Every inventory of private icons includes at least one or two Russian icons, often many more, but rarely none. Therefore, the program was the occasion for a more methodical study of this material in terms of the frequency of its presence, its origin, in cases where it is possible, the identity of the individuals, and of course, the subjects and the dating of the icons. In order to better understand our knowledge as Ministry of Culture about the relationship between the Russian icons and privates in Greece, I would like to begin with two clarifications regarding the concept of a collection in Greece, always in accordance with the archaeological legislation that we apply. First of all, any objects protected by the archaeological law must be declared. According to law 5351 applied in 1932 and the law 3028 of the year 2002, the privates must declare to the Ministry of Culture any cultural good, that means objects, all objects dating to 1453, and icons and liturgical vessels from 1453 to 1830 and up to the end of the 19th century. This first point is therefore the fact that the individual is obliged to declare them. The second point concerns the distinction, according to the archaeological law, between the collector and the owner. A collector's license is granted an application by the private, subject to an assessment of the character and importance of the collection and the fulfillment of certain conditions relating to the identity of the collector, his knowledge and culture, his interest, and the possibility of systematically enriching and enhancing his collection. It is therefore obvious that the presence of each category of objects in a private collection constitutes a conscious choice by the collector and reflects aesthetic, artistic, scientific, and any other personal preferences. In the case of the owner, things are a little different. A license of possession or ownership, depending on the chronological context in which the protected objects move, is granted to the private person who declares them as required by law. In this category, the way in which the objects are received varies. Family heirlooms, usually donations, transfers, purchased in Greece and abroad, collecting intention by previous generations or by the current owner, a combination of both. Also, the logic of investment. With regard to icons in particular, the very important factor of the veneration relationship with the objects in question comes into play. This distinction between collector and owner is linked to reflect the way in which the objects were acquired by the private owner and those routes through which they came into his hands. We have to note that there are far fewer collectors than owners, about 30 collectors and over than 10,000 owners. What do we observe in relation to the Russian icons? It is obvious that the collector who acquires Russian icons operates consciously on the basis of aesthetic, artistic, scientific criteria. This particular purchase constitutes a choice and reflects a personal perception of this category and also of the composition of his collection. Starting from the, we note that of the 15 collections, including icons, recorded by our department from 1965, the year of its foundation, until today, 10 contain Russian icons. When in 20s, Dimitrios Economopoulos, only 15 years old, inherited his grandmother's iconostasis with a few icons and a small bronze cross, a new collector was just being born. His attraction to the Byzantine past was reflected in the 450 icons and many Byzantine ceramics and coins he collected in the following years. The collector's interest in the representative presence of a variety of artistic workshops is also attested to by the presence of 26 Russian icons dating from the 16th to the 18th and 19th century. St. Mandilion, 16th century. Christ. St. John, Gabriel, and Paul. And some icons from the 18th and 19th century. Pavlos Kanellopoulos constitutes a similar case. Although he also collects antiquities, he's basically a lover of icon art, as evidenced by the fact that an icon was his first purchase as a student in Germany. The total of about 450 icons includes 10 Russian icons, dating from the 16th to the 19th century. It's Juliana who studies and gonna publish the icons. And I thank her for the photos. It's Vladimirskaya. Praise the Lord from heavens. A very nice diptych. Kazanskaya. Also the birth of the Virgin. A similar perspective to that of Pavlos Kanellopoulos regards the chronological range of the on the collection from prehistoric times to the 19th century is also characteristic of the Petros Protonotarios collection, although with far fewer objects. Among the 19 for Byzantine and post-Byzantine objects, we have 22 icons, of which 2 are Russian. Hospitality Ram and Joachim Kerr. Georgios Tsolozidis, although he was mainly interested in Byzantine metalwork, among the 2,000 objects, he had 11 icons, of which 3 are Russian, dated to 18th and 19th centuries. Here. Similarly, Dimitrios Doukas, a collector of a large number of antiquities and objects of Byzantine metalwork, has 3 Russian icons among his 15 icons. Of particular interest is the collection of Doligou Landry, a collector mainly of ancient artifacts, who wanted creating the well-known Museum of Cycladic Art. Among the 22 icons in her collection, 4 are Russian. We see here the vision, lamentation. We continue with the owners, who constitute a more complex category as to the way and the reason for the acquisition of the objects. The objects they declare are in a large proportion family heirlooms, and therefore the icons constitute, or at least in earlier generations, constituted objects of veneration. They also can constitute systematic purchase based on the individual taste, the historical context, and or the fashion of the time. In the case of objects declared to be family heirlooms, Russian icons appear in a proportion of at least 10%. Specific information on their provenance is not available, as family records are usually incomplete and documents have not been preserved until the last few decades, when the obligation to declare to the service was now known. Sometimes the root of object is not known to current owners due to lack of special interest. Sometimes the original provenance is lost in family's mythology. As the department's archives and the personal testimonies of private individuals show, Russian icons as cult objects have accompanied them or their families on voluntary and involuntary journeys from Constantinople, Black Sea, Asia Minor, Egypt, Near East, Russia, and Western Europe, and of course between the different regions of Greece. In these cases, the icons were, at least for the generation before the current owners, objects of worship. So the evidence accompanying them is much more about their connection with family events, births, marriages, losses, illnesses, than about their origin in an artistic workshops. Besides, in many cases, they do not even know that they are Russian. Apart from being a family heirloom, however, the icon also constitutes an object of art for which many owners have constantly expressed interest. In this context, the Russian icon has always had its audience, which increased dramatically in the late 80s and 90s, when after the breakup of the Soviet Union, this category of objects flooded the art market, and the auctions of well-known houses were full of objects of Russian religious art. This trend of a large increase in the purchase of Russian icons, both from legitimate Athenian antique shops, but mainly from those abroad, and imports into the country, is clearly reflected in the declarations submitted to our department in the 90s. The new fashion also turned the antique shops to buy Russian icons from their foreign colleagues in order to satisfy the demands of their clientele. I could talk for hours about the more than 2,000 files I have, but I will present some representative examples in which evidence of the owner's journey and the way he dealt with the objects has survived. In the first case, the icons were declared in the 90s by an old man from a family with a maritime tradition. The possessions license refers to 63 icons, of which 38 are Russian. According to his declaration, part of them were already in his father's house when he was a child. A little less than half of them were purchased by him during his travels on the Black Sea. There was no proof of purchase. Moreover, it was not in the private individual's mind, as the control by the Greek state was not strong, and above all, his perception, as well as that of many of the icons, was different from that of the antiquities. They do not constitute remnants of cultural heritage, but objects of faith, and as such, they were never combined with administrative procedures for legalizing their possession. They are mostly objects of 18th and 19th century, of small and medium size. They have diversity of their subjects. See, he loved very much Mother of God, many icons. Also St. Nicholas, the protector. The second case is that of a private whose family originated from Patras, where he lived in commercial activity during the first half of the 20th century. Some 25 Russian icons adorned the iconostasis of the house, according to the testimony of the cart owner, who declared them to the ministry in 1986. After that, he enriched the collection with some Russian icons more from antique shops in Western Europe and the United States. Another private with a strong collecting interest who lived in Moscow on business in the 80s, purchased Russian icons and diptychs in official and unofficial markets, enriching his existing collection with the idea of saving the objects of art, although the fascination resulted in continuing purchase after his departure from the Soviet Union. Perhaps also crosses and polyptychs. The fourth has icons of various workshops dating from the 16th to 19th century, but with regard to Russian workshops, these are represented mainly by metal icons, triptychs, polyptychs, and crosses. The majority of them represent the choices of previous generation of his families, which is a classic example of mobility in 19th and first half of 20th century. Both sides of his family were moved in the Eastern Mediterranean, Western Europe, until their permanent settlement in Athens after the Second World War. The presence of Russian icons in the geographical area of Egypt is attested in many cases, reflected in the six icons carried by an owner who was born and lived in Egypt in the first half of the 20th century. Finally, I have inventoried some icons that were brought by families of Asia Minor during their 1922. among the few items, they managed to take icons from rational workshops that were in their iconostasis, accompanying people on their way to Athens and other cities, either via the Aegean Islands or Constantinople, Syria, or Egypt. Regarding the themes of the icons, it is not that they cover a wide range of iconographical types, well known and established. They date mainly from the 18th and 19th centuries, with a few cases of earlier ones, who have very usually icons of Christ. Virgin Mary in all iconographic types. St. John, a very popular St. Nicholas. Mike, St. George, Saints, with scenes of their lives. This type is very, very popular also. Composite icons. Visions. Scenes. This tour of the Greek homes of collectors and owners revealed the strong and constant presence of Russian icons. This is a rich, multi-layered material whose study still requires time, both at the level of iconography and a stylistic study of the work, and also the contact with people who can remember the history of the objects and want to share it with us. In any case, the frequency of their presence indicates their dissemination, their acceptance, even if we never know exactly for every icon who sold it where, who bought and why, and how many times and for what reasons, from where it had been exported, where and when. Thank you.
So now is the time for discussion. Questions and remarks. Papers of Anastasia.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. This was really quite a comprehensive presentation with so much material. And I was struck by how similar the issues are between the treatment of Russian material in Bulgaria and Greece, of course. I have a question, a technical question. You mentioned when you were referring to the wood with the wooden supports, you also mentioned cypress wood.
Yes.
Now, this is interesting to me because from the analysis we made to the Russian material of the Benaiki, we only located cypress wood on in two cases of very expensive Russian pieces, because if I'm not mistaken, Cyprus is important to Russia. Am I right about it? And I was wondering if you identified the same correlation between Cyprus, the use of cypress wood, and high quality of painting? That's the question.
Thank you. This is rather. I cannot see. Thank you very much for the question. And he's Natalia Kumashko. He helped us to identify wood and everything and technology. And I think this case with the cypress, it was one icon from Saint Pantaleimon Mount Athos.
This makes sense.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
okay.
makes sense.
That's good.
because-
Thank you.
Yes.
That's perfect.
I should point that the whole iconostasis in Shipka Monastery, monastery consecrated in 1902, with the special help, the main organizer was Count Ignatiev, the long for long years diplomatic representative of the Russian Empire at the Supreme Court. And all this iconostasis was prepared by Cyprus. Am I right? This is a very good example,
Okay.
actually. Yeah, this iconostasis was prepared. Monastery.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, can you, Natalia, take the microphone so people, yeah.
Between the tree cypress and the level of painting is typical for earlier time. In 19th century, cypress became not very expensive tree. After crime wars, cypress became obvious material for panels icon.
Oh, thank you very much. This is very useful to me because the icons I have in mind are of the 17th century, so much earlier. So they represent a completely different.
Cypress was very rare at that time.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Very rare and expensive, of course.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really very interesting and inspiring. And there is one question for all of you or for who want to answer. That is about the problem that we have when we see some Russian icon. Problem of original forgery. In one moment, you put on the question of the market of the icons actually in the 20th century. When you have a lot of icons all around Europe, in antiquary shop in Germany and so on. And I was always thinking when I see them there, they're in excellent condition. You know, when I see icons in our churches, we know how they look, but there are so many excellent icons in excellent condition. And so what kind of analysis do you actually meet with these forgeries in your museum or anywhere else? Because we know that that has been produced. We know that that has been produced, for example, in Serbia. We know that that has been produced also in Soviet Union. So that was a big artwork export industry. So that is a real problem. Also, of course, we have a problem as art historians when we see with the dating, what is it, 19th, 18th century, so on. Something.
Well, as regards dating, I would always go to Natalia for to give me her to share her expertise. I will never become an expert in Russian icons. I'm okay with this. Now, what we do with the icons not just Russian icons at the Benaik, it's the same problem. Though for Greek museums, the main issue is with forged signatures of Greek painters, because always forgeries follow the demand. And in Greece, since the early 20th century, when Byzantine art entered the museum sphere, became really important, it was Greek painter signatures that have been forged, not Russian works. Still, we follow the same procedure. The Benaki has established a methodology of non-invasive procedures to deal with the icons, to map their features and compare the features with the body of material we have gathered, especially from signed and dated works, so we can establish some sort of correlation between certain works, works for which we know what we're talking about, and the new entries to the museum. Now, as regard Russian material, the Benaki, we have located two types of interventions due to art dealers, let's say. The first is this scraping off of original inscriptions to replace them with Greek ones, which actually occurs quite often. And the other intervention is falsified, they create a more antique look to them. There are touches of the varnish pretending to be an old icon while it is of the 19th century. These are the two kinds of modern intervention that can be called forgeries, not renovations of earlier periods, which are a completely different set of retouches, let's say, on the icons. I don't know.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, every of you for your presentations. I got a question or a comment for Anastasia. I really appreciated your perspective, because I also work on this, and that idea with icons in between, it's brilliant. I mean, I also thought of this, and I also appreciated the comparison you made between Russian and some of the Greek icons, but I wish for a conclusion, or not really a conclusion, maybe I don't know, and I didn't actually understand what was the idea. So is the suggestion that the Russians copied Greek icons, or and if it's so, why? Or it's just the idea that everything it's fluid and everyone is copying others.
Oh,
so what's your point with this?
Okay, the point I wish to make is that we need to focus on both technical and iconographic details if we wish to identify the forms of dialogue between workshops of the period. And this doesn't mean that I wouldn't use this phrase that they copy this or that. There is a shared vocabulary, a shared repertoire of icons that circulated widely in this wide Orthodox area. And they could choose, they could pick new ideas, both iconographic and stylistic, but also technical, to use and in an eclectic way create their own composition. And this is what I believe happened in different ways when discussing, for example, this icon, this Athonite icon with a sgraffito technique, which is innovative for Greek milieu. There was no such technique used, while we encounter it
50 years earlier, at least, in Russian works, which circulated to Mount Athos as well. So I'm seeking at sources of inspiration, not a copying mechanism. It's not like photocopies. It's just, you know, this reach and multifarious repertoire that was available to painters at the time, and commissioners, of course. And I find equally interesting the circulation of Cretan, for example, iconographic models in Russia, and the adaptation, the appropriation of technical and iconographic models from Russia in the Greek world. I didn't show any examples, but one other interesting case is the Virgin of Kazan, Kazanska, which is becomes hugely popular in the Greek world. And we have Amphivola working drawings by Greek workshops that represent this purely Russian model. So this is what I'm referring to, this circulation and exchange of models and technical solutions.
And never wondered why. I mean, I have the example of that background with gesso. You showed an example, and I got many others in Romania, and they use this kind of background in Russian icons that it's unusual. Mrs. Komashko knows my examples that they are pure Russian icons, but with that kind of background. And I was forced to answer to the question why they ordered in Moscow to be that icons to be done with that kind of background. So
you mean the stucco, the yes, low relief?
Yes, yes. This is not Russian specific, but they Romanian donors, they ordered such icons in Moscow. So I don't think it's just a fashion or just a happening that they borrowed those techniques. I mean, I suspect that that means something for them. Even the fact that they copied old models and they were very attached to this fashion, but I don't think it's just random.
I agree with you. I fully agree with you. The problem is, especially with a material like the one at the Benaki Museum, where we don't have any information on the original context. You know, these objects arrived at the Benaki through the market or from private collections, and we lack the sort of solid information as to their environment of use or the commissioners. So we can in museum collections we can go only so far, you know, to reconstruct these contacts. We cannot make up the stories other than what the materiality itself can tell us. That's the limitation of scholarly interpretation we can reach, no further. But I agree with you, this is never random. This is always meaningful. This exchange is always meaningful and is always dependent on the circulation of specific models. We could identify the source perhaps in a miraculous icon, but we cannot, at this point, at least at my level of knowledge, I cannot pinpoint on specific roots. From this icon came that result. I cannot go that far. But as for this relief background decoration, it's really interesting because it goes back to at least the 16th century. And circulate as a technique, I mean, but the motifs, this ogival pattern is updated, is modern. It imitates sumptuous textiles, definitely, which was it was a demonstration of luxury, let's say, to imitate these patterns.
Thank you.
I wanted to say two things. First of all, in the collection of Patmos Monastery, I'm sorry, but there is a very nice Tikhvinskaya with this kind of stucco background. So we have to see, but maybe it's the same provenance and the same kind of, I don't know. We have to see. There is a very interesting, I have a very interesting example about how museum collection treat Russian artifacts. At the Byzantine Museum in Athens, there was a small triptych, 3 triptych panels donated by Sotirio, Papagiorgio Sotirio, and the 2 of these panels with the apostles Peter and Paul, and in the center there is a transfiguration icon. But this is not a triptych. This triptych has been created in the museum because or in the museum or in the collection of Soterio. We don't know, but it's very interesting how because of the style and the measure of this object in the collection, in the private collection or in the museum collection, it's not important, but the object was corrected and they created a new one object. And this is other kind of how to say to treatment of the object in the museum collection, Russian or non-Russian, it's not important.
Thank you very much. I would like to address a question that maybe concerns or interests Anastasia and Chrysalis. I was wondering whether there has ever been a fashion of Russian icons, fashion of collecting Russian icons as a very rare and expensive and luxurious art object, and how, if this is related to commercial enterprises, or if this is related to some sort of investment in an art object. I have in mind, for example, of course, this is a religious art object, but I have in mind, for example, in the islands in the 17th and 18th century, there was a fashion for Venetian mirrors. And everybody should have at least a Venetian mirror in his or her household to be considered to have a social prestige and to be considered as socially upper class. I wonder if this has ever happened. Anastasia said something about the beginning of the 20th century, I think. No, I might have this wrong.
I refer to the beginning of the 20th century as a quite the opposite. It is exactly the point when they set Russian works aside in favor of Greek icons because they become particularly important for national ideology. But I don't know. I think
we can see in our archives, and spoke about it in the 90s. We have a really impressive declarations of people who are interested about the Russian icons. They buy in generally in Europe. And after that, the antique shops of Athens are interesting to have and to sell Russian icons. It's a fashion. Yeah. And after that, many people start to collect not only Russian icons, also icons generally. Yeah. This moment isn't really the same thing. Now it's modern. The icon is, I think, 80s and 90s was a period of very flourishing interest.
For Russian icons.
I think that Russian icons were very much sought after by Greeks in the 18th, 19th, 17th century. I mean, their very presence on Patmos Temple on Screen is one of the major pilgrimage sites of the Orthodox world, and the Temple on Screen, which is the focal point for cult, is full of magnificent Russian icons. And I now recall that, for example, I used Dimitrios in Thessaloniki. The icons commemorating the recapture of the city by the Greek army, the icons which are gifts by the king are Russian icons with inscriptions. So it was the best icons they could think of to offer to the patron saint of Thessaloniki, and they were made in Russia. So to me, this means that they were really very highly appreciated.
Yes, but this is different between in churches and monasteries. This is different. I was wondering whether it has ever been, even before the 20th century, it has ever been a fashion in privates, if privates invested in Russian icons as a rare and expensive object.
The only thing I can say is that I do not believe that there is a real division between private and I mean it, and private and public devotional, because the icons, and we know of this from dedicator inscriptions, were moving from one sphere to the other. It's not such a clear cut distinction between the two spheres. That's my only.
Okay.
Otherwise, I don't know.
I think that there is two big waves of Russian icons in the European market during the 20th century. The first one is after the October Revolution, when a large number of immigrants went to Europe and in Greece as well. And the other one is after the Second War, when the German troops took many icons and created the Great Museum of Russian icons in Germany, actually are created with these collections. And I think that the private collections are very influenced by not only by the fashion, but by the proportion. If in the market there is many objects, and it's a new kind of object, but I think that these two waves must be influence the changes and the preferences. And the third wave is after the early 90s, where the world of the Eastern Europe changed up completely and started this very very dynamic sale of artifacts and objects from Russia, from the Soviet Union.
Thank you very much. And now is
Yes, next door, we've turned on the lights and you can see the exhibition. And then there is a wine buffet in the usual courtyard.